Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time of the year. It's Street Fighter League Pro Japan 2025. Man, it feels good to say that. We've been watching a lot of these players come up in the Capcom Pro Tour this year, try to grind out for those points, but this is where it truly matters for being hailed as the greatest in Japan in the team format. My name is Vicious, here with St. Cola. So I'm bringing it all back to you again, officially, on the live English broadcast. What's going on, St. Cola? How are you feeling?
Brother, I'm elated. My heart is palpitating right now. Every year we say this is the best time to watch Street Fighter 6, and every year we have not lied to you. I put on my mom that this is going to be an incredible season. You have new players, new teams, and a new format as well that's going to change up and spice things up for the viewers and the players.
Right, there's really a lot to kind of take in. We've had so many different change-ups, not only in the format itself, we also have a handful of new players getting their first experience into the realm of team tournament that is Street Fighter League Pro Japan. But the things that do remain the same is the fact that we're still going to be having two different divisions. We're going to have 12 teams total split up, but right down the middle. You can kind of see the graphics as to who's coming up, by the way. So big ups to production for actually making it so much easier to follow suit of who's going to be playing what this week. Who's going to be following suit, obviously, way later. And also bringing back some of the legends on the comms. We got Aru and Hamako, as usual, as it should be, coming back up for the official Japanese side. But outside of that, man, the teams are looking totally stacked. Speaking of which, this is what it's come down to, right? With this year's league format, we got 12 teams total, with Street Fighter League currently consisting of 2 divisions, both Division S and Division F, with 6 teams each. And obviously, there's going to be 30 team matches total. Each division is going to be competing in 2 round-robin style tournaments so that all teams in their respective divisions get a guaranteed red bank against each other. With that in mind, the teams are placed either on the home side or the away side in the first half of the season, with the away side calling their player and character order out first, while the home side gets to call their order based off of all that information. Now, within the team match, the first game, second game are both going to be worth 10 points each, both going to be best of 3. And if it comes down to it, we got to get to that anchor spot, obviously. That's going to be best of 5 worth 20 points, a pretty hefty amount. Now, if it ever comes down to it, we're going to need an extra match if that tie happens. And in order to enforce that, we're going to force the 4th player from both teams to face off against each other this year. That's right. It's not going to be one person trying to carry that momentum. No, it's going to be the 4th player automatically put in that position in a match best of 3 worth an additional 10 points. A big change up this year. And that's going to be so significant. Looking into it, though, during the match, each team is going to be allowed a single timeout. By the way, it could be used if a loss occurs, but it can only be used once. So they got to use it really strategically to figure out what changes need to be made. Obviously, towards the end of the season, the top 3 teams of each division will proceed to the playoff phase, and ultimately, the top 2 teams of the playoffs will proceed in the fated showdown of grand finals. How do you feel about that, Saint?
I love that change up. No more backpacking. No more sitting on the bench. You know, you got to actually play and be ready on the day no matter what happens, because you may not be able to control it. Your team might have to have that 4th person come up. They might lose, too many points. And I think that's going to make all of these players a lot more informed instead of kind of being like a coach or kind of like the cheer squad or only coming up for certain matchups. You got to be ready on the day. And I think that we're going to be seeing that today as well. No spoilers, just a general thought process. But I do like that. I do like the fact that we're changing things up a little bit so that everybody has to participate. Hopefully that's for like all the leagues, just because I want to see all the players get out there and play. Now, that being said, to everything that we've had for the rules and things like that, for the home and away side, for people that maybe didn't see last season, the away side, even though at a little bit of a deficit, has not always mattered. We've seen people pull it and take it in the away side, even though they have to put the characters and players up first. So all that strategy that comes out of Street Fighter League is just so interesting. It's just so cool to see how people acclimate when they're on, the away side. I got to put my players and characters up. We're going to be prepared for what's going to come up from the home side. I love that part of the strategy, and it makes it just a more viewable, enjoyable watch. I know for all of y'all at home. Shouts out to all the sponsors, Title Holdings, Suzuki, Galleria, Punk Workshop, and Red Bull, all coming through to support Street Fighter League, and y'all at home too as well, watching this on the English stream or the other streams. Seeing the reference out in Japan for Street Fighter League was the next level. We couldn't even hear each other talk. And it's all backed up by this magnificent prize pool that is double than what we had last year. 15 million yen in total. 9 million yen for first, 4 million yen for second, and 1 million yen for third, and then 50,000 yen supplementary prize for the champion team. They get a little bit of extra on the side.
That is a pretty damn good reward on top of having the prestige and honor of being this year's SFL Pro Japan champions, right? So yeah, that is a huge change up, and it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Obviously, as aforementioned, by St. Cola, Taiyo Holding, Suzuki, Galleria, the official PC of SFL Japan, Punk Workshop, and Red Bull. These guys have all been throwing down and have been carefully watching the scene out in Japan, have had full faith in this program. So really big love and appreciation towards everybody involved. So definitely big cheers to that. I wouldn't be drinking the Red Bull personally just now because it is 3 a.m. my time, but best believe any other hour, I would be chugging those bad boys most certainly. So big ups to everybody involved this year. This is going to be quite the year to fully reward all of the hard work that our players put in. So this is going to be an extravagant year to watch ourselves some Street Fighter 6. Now, with that in mind, too, again, we have so much to talk about, not only in just awarding our players that prestige and honor of being titled the #1 champions of Japan for Street Fighter League, but we're also eventually going to get into the incentives, right? We've talked about that introduction of the incentives last year, where we had awarded our players certain monetary values for hitting specific goals, right? We're going to be getting through that in just a bit and showing off what exactly those awards are going to be this year. There's going to be, I think, just a slight change. I think a slight addition towards it. There we go. Cool. Perfect. At the very top, we have our grand final MVP. It's going to be one player from the grand finalist teams. Pretty important there to see who clutches it out and also pretty much brings all the entertainment, right? The division MVP is going to be one player from each division. It's going to be Rookie of the Year coming in because we have so many players getting their first touch and experience in Street Fighter League Japan. The Drive Gauge Efficiency Award. The Drive Impact Award, obviously our favorite. That's going to be so impactful, no pun intended, to see how the drive gauge is going to be fully utilized this year within all of our strategies, all of our players going through it. And guess what? Each of these awards grant an additional 50k yen to the recipient. That is a pretty hefty meal, I'll tell you what.
100%, man. Just throw some drive impacts and land those, which you were probably going to do if you're going to each against like the likes of Tokido. Well, you just get a little incentive for that one. But it's cool to see their awards happen for these players that are doing and putting a lot of hard work and effort. And the drive gauge efficiency one, I'm definitely looking out to see because it's throughout the entirety of the season from what production has told us. So who's spinning the most and you know, who's using the most drive gauge. I like awards just in general to see like who's doing what and give them a little bit of extra money. And once again, Street Fighter League has been just so good about how they're taking care of the players, what they're doing, because these players have to be consistent in general, right? They're coming through every single week pretty much. If there's not a CPT single format, they got to worry about the team format. They have to be so informed about who they're playing in terms of all the talent out here. It's the highest pedigree in Japan. So to get these rewards, definitely worthwhile. And I just can't wait to see this action, man. Looking at the teams on both sides, looking at the change up for the players, the characters, the meta of the game that we've been seeing offline, that we've been seeing in the World Warriors, that we've been seeing elsewhere just in general. I can't wait to see how that impacts and what's going to go into Street Fighter League from all that.
Right, and I think as we go into it, right, we're making sure that everybody is like thoroughly rewarded in regards to their efforts in Street Fighter League, not even just Japan, but Europe as well as US. If you had noticed from the announcements of last Capcom Cup, the SFL World Championship teams that made it all the way through, they get floated into Capcom Cup. Right, so that's going to be pretty significant. The champions that win it all during the World Championship make it all the way through for the singles division. So that's going to be, I think, the ultimate incentive for a lot of these players that are currently participating in the CPT. But also, what's really neat is how much of the collaborations that have come throughout this year of both like the Capcom Pro Tour, throughout Street Fighter 6 in general. VSPO, the beloved VTuber group, will now be a huge part start, as they are the ambassadors for Street Fighter League Japan, they're actually going to be conducting the interviews with the winning team after every single match. So please, 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 if you can, if you want to join in on the Japanese channel as well, look forward to their energy and their efforts throughout the season.
I see the boys waving. Yo, what's up, Aru? What's up, Harmako? Cool to see them back on the disc, as you mentioned. And again, cool to see all the collaborations that have been going on. Some of them have been like super organic. You know, I feel like a lot of players might play in an event or whatever that is hosted by Capcom or whatever organization, and then they keep playing right after that. You keep seeing them pop up and playing the game. That just speaks to the level of Street Fighter 6 and how much it's fun for people out there to engage in, how much they're invested in it over in the scene. And you know, that's why we have like these big watch parties, which we're going to get into in a little bit offline for Street Fighter League Japan. It's much like a sporting event for a lot of people out there. Again, y'all got to go to a Capcom Cup and see how it is for Street Fighter League Japan. The room was shaking, how much people were cheering for every impact, every throw, everything. So you can keep track of everything that's going on for Capcom Esports on the official Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. And you can also use hashtag, Street Fighter League in Japanese. I don't know the official wording for that. I'm not well learned in that area, so I'm not going to give that to you. And also, please make sure to not illegally upload. Don't spoil things for people. Just keep it on the VODs and keep it live out here. But once again, the public viewing for Japan is such a big thing. It's cool to see people get together in a watch, like a sporting event, get the snacks out and cheer for their favorite teams. They got, you know, the signs and things like that for the favorite players. I like that reverence that they have. And I wish that we in the U.S. live close enough to have that happen for our World Warriors or our Street Fighter League and stuff like that.
I think the communities this year in regards to like NA, Europe, and some parts of Asia have really kind of started to come together and kind of invoke their own watch parties, whether it's on Discord, whether it's at certain venues. I know like even certain pubs and bars even hold like viewing parties for the Capcom Pro Tour. So that's really, really cool. I would love to see it at an official capacity in the way that Japan has kind of taken akin to it. So maybe going forward, we could try to like find venues or at least find other partners to kind of throw down with some of these viewing parties. Obviously not at like 3 a.m. for some of us on the West Coast, but like down the line, even for like the Capcom Pro Tour, right? I would love to see just more people involved in the festivities that are taking place in the realm of the Capcom Pro Tour, in the realm of Street Fighter in general. It's just a super fun time. As you had mentioned, we had the luxury of being able to experience that out in Japan, and how much a lot of the players and how much of the general audience kind of reveres this game as like a thriving, a super popular esport. So you could just see a list of many different venues that are holding watch parties, right? And a lot of these places actually have a lot of fighting game history with it as well, because it's not even just like random spots, but it's also like adjacent to people who have been a part of the FGC for so long, are probably like running their own restaurants and bars now, and would probably be willing to throw down in a set if you ask nicely. So if you ever find yourself in Japan, throughout Japan, not even just in Tokyo, but like different cities as well, you might find your way over to a viewing party for Street Fighter League Japan. But
Looks like it's about that time.
Tricks,
Saishunkan
Favu game. It's gonna be sick. Let's get into it. Oh boy, hearing Aru officially, you already know. Let's get into it. It's going to be our first team stepping up to the plate. Saishunkan Kumamoto on the away side. Kicking things off with Koban the Unstoppable. What a nickname. Followed by the Iceman, Kosa, making his return. Back on the squad with Saishunkan Kumamoto. Followed by Machobo, aka Mr. Optimal. Per usual. I'm actually excited to see which Shoto he's going to be utilizing this year. Then, of course, the Brutal Emperor, Nemo, who's going to be leading the pack, as always, as he should be, with that ever-impressive, both Bison and Blanca, by the way. His Blanca's been shaping up a lot on stream, so I'm really excited to see where he's going to fit in his current team dynamic, specifically for this upcoming matchup.
We have a team that has a lot to prove out here. Victrix, Fairview Gaming will be their opponents. Maybe they didn't have the season that they wanted, but that only makes them stronger in the next one. Only makes them hungrier to take that W. Led by Sako, who has been cooking with the Aki in the Atlanta, which we'll get into a little bit later on. This team is super strong. You know, we've seen their offline results and them coming together as a team, as a unit. Gonna be super deadly for Street Fighter League Japan. Now, let's get into it. Victrix, Fairview Gaming. Oh, let's see what we got. I want to see the names. I want to see the nicknames. All right. Gold Hard Matt, if I'm not reading that correctly. Ryukichi, that is godlike on the Mai and the Ken. Switching it up, the hero of Sunrise, it's Moke on the Chun-Li and possibly the Mai, but mostly about the legs. That guy's been cooking offline in the circuits, and the Grave Maker, he digs the graves for you. It's Fujimura on a Chun-Li as well, so there's multiple Chun-Lis on this team. A different sort of look, and last but definitely not least, it's the strongest spirit leading the charge, pointing towards victory. It's Sakonoko, the GOAT, probably the oldest person in Street Fighter League right now, one of the oldest players, still doing it, still rocking it, still cooking up the competition.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought for a second you were gonna say the oldest man in Street Fighter. I was like, damn, bro.
I don't know about that, but definitely a competition.
He's still, yeah, I mean, like, he's still one of the strongest players we could ever ask for on a world scale, right? This man has been pushing buttons before a lot of us were born, and that's kind of impressive. So with this overall dynamic too, I really enjoy seeing not only like the players and their skill level, but I also enjoy the potential character spread, as you had mentioned. Mai is always going to be a very significant threat this year, and the fact that we have two players that have her on the back burner, that's going to be pretty significant. So let's talk about what happens now. The away side now established. Kosa with the Ryu, by the way. Big change up. Kobon with the Zangief, as expected. Machobo not running the Akuma, going to be sticking with the Ryu as he had been streaming with. Then it's Nemo with the Blanca if need be. Again, that fourth matchup is not guaranteed. It's only necessary if the tie happens. So, we'll see how this plays out. Victrix, Fairview Gaming, who are they sending first?
I just can't believe that Kobion's coming up since there's so many Chun-Lis and Chun-Li does well against the deep matchup. We'll get into it, get up. But Fujimura goes up first. And I think what's going to happen here, I'm going to make a hard read. Fujimura goes up now, obviously. Moke goes after that, and then Ryukichi as the anchor position. I think Moke, like, you know, very aggressive and very active, will be good to fight that footsie base style that Kobon wants. And Fujimura, tech heavy, understands how to break down matchups. Very good shot to go up against Kosa. But as you mentioned, Kosa going with the Ryu. I saw him at CEO, and I'm like, you're playing Ryu now? And he's like, I can't just play Ken. It can't just be Ken, bro. I got to have a mix-up with Shotos. Save said something similar. You got to have a switch-up for certain matchups, and I think it's to fight certain ones that, you know, Ken doesn't do well in. You know, we've seen some of the Ken players kind of struggle in, like, the Chun-Li matchup and other areas and stuff like that. So even the likes of Tokido is looking for a secondary.
Oh, and Tokido definitely needs it, man. We'll definitely talk about that, considering... actually... I want to kind of say, like, maybe not, because he did pretty damn well this past EWC, so who knows? But I will say, I kind of want to, like, give, like, food for thought here. Mai has had such an impact in regards to, like, player performances lately that I'm not gonna be super surprised if she's going to be, like, the main character this season, right? In fact, coming up against, like, Kobon and Machobo, if you're looking at the player list, like, you have Moke, Ryukichi, and Sakonoko, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 3 Mai straight up. Like, if Ryukichi decided to go Mai in his matchup, if Moke decided, you know what, like, I could possibly counter Kobon and go Chun-Li, but I think I could also do it with Mai as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 Mais in this matchup.
I agree. I mean, he can switch if he needs to, but I'm wondering how good these Mais are. You know, I was talking to Jammers about this. There's like 2 different types of Mais. The ones that kind of throw too many OD fans, they run out of bar, they run out of drive gauge, so that resource is gone, that big strength of the character is gone. And then you got the Shao Hais, the Yamaguchis, the ones that are drive rushing up with jab and things like that, mixing up their approach. They're not using the gauge to hit OD fan continuously. They're willing to spin bar when need be for like level 1 in any scenario that they can get to be able to have that win condition or the fan condition going up in the corner, so that becomes even more of a dangerous threat. They have a good structure of what to do. Is Fujimura that sort of mind? I haven't honestly seen his mind that much. I've seen more of his Chun-Li, especially over at Evo. So that being said, as I say this out loud, Fujimura is the type to understand what's cheap and what's good about a character. So if someone's going to understand what makes Mai strong, it's going to be Fujimura. Put in practice, walk to see, but it makes sense for him to run a character that's like, I know these identical points are really good, and I'm going to utilize them. Now, in the interview, Kosa says, I'm very happy to be here again this year. I came back to Kumamoto, and I'll do my best for the team, because he did originate on the second half of Street Fighter League. He, I believe, was switched in for Sasamo during that time. And this time, he's looking a lot more informed in terms of being a player. I'm sure he's got less stress. He understands what it takes to be in a team tournament. So him going up first makes sense.
Yeah, I had seen like the roster change-ups this year, literally this morning, and we've obviously had our favorites throughout like the previous season, right? So it's kind of cool to see obviously the new players get their shot, but it's always like a bittersweet thing when we see some of the older players that we've grown accustomed to kind of like take a back seat. Now, it's not necessarily say it's like the end, right, for them, because there have been a lot of players that have kind of stepped up as a coaching position a bunch to help out some of the players. So I wouldn't be too surprised if a lot of the players that were in the previous seasons are now taking that role up and also get hired to do so, right, and keep themselves sharp for the CPT. So yeah, that's going to be really, really cool to see like how everything kind of changes up this year. Fujimura coming up with his interview as well. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty confident. He's trying to say, you know, stop it. He got suddenly nervous as soon as Aru said it's the start of the season. We'll see if that actually comes into play. Kosa versus Fujimura. Game number 1 of our very first team match of Street Fighter League Pro Japan 2025. Let's get it.
Fujimura off to a pretty decent start right now. Harassing with the stand fierce and the pokes with the stand medium. Now use the OD fan. That's one of the things is like if you got a good reversal that reaches pretty far, you can hit that ODDP if they drive rush up. Perfect parry with the sweep. Fakes them out. Gets the low and the donkey kick to establish the Denjin charge.
Pretty significant start for Kosa, right? He's trying to bulldog Fujimura without letting her get any sort of charges with level 1, without being able to throw off the fans. But this change of pace is pretty significant. Fujimura now, as strong as Mai is with the fans, she could be just as deadly without it, with being able to throw your opponents back-to-back multiple times over with really decent reaching limbs to kind of counterpoke as well. And just like that, yeah, checking the walk back. Low medium kick is just so deadly and deceiving. Fujimura stealing it right back from Kosa in round 1.
Had that anti-shipping tool unlocked. The stand figure starts things off though. Is it with the DP, the backdash away from the throw, both whipping in the night right there. Let's get the low confirmed, the drive rush into level 1. That's what I like to see from a Mai player. Establish the fans immediately. Don't be shy about using that bar at the bottom. You also have level 2 to cut through a fireball later on, but right now, the enhancement is what matters the most. Low forward, again, stocks up after the donkey kick with the Denjin charge. That means you can't throw out the fireballs like you'd like to. He's got that rail gun, as you put it.
I mean, Fujimura could also explain the same thing, right? He's got charged up, actually got 3 charges, and you also have level 2. So you could see Fujimura buffering that as well. If Kosa throws out a fireball of his own, Fujimura might be able to react in time. And I like that, yeah, taking charge with that OS, going for the ODDP, not allowing Fujimura a free entry, but the medium punch counter poke is just so important. Not gonna go into level 3 from Fujimura, that could have killed.
Finish the job, don't leave him alive. Kosa, with all the resources to play with, doesn't even need the bar, the bottom and full to kill too. Looking for a low forward. Slowly inching in. Oh, no OD Hashuken, just going for the normal one. Drive impact, the ODDP, and he recovers in time to stay fine.
Pure calculation coming in from Kosa, the Iceman. Not fearing the current state of game. Like, again, Fujimura, he could have had an opportunity to dish out that level 3 to seal off game number 1, but Kosa still managed to survive, and I like that. This corner pressure, not going to be held for too long. Fujimura is trying to create some space for himself, but the fireballs is what's going to keep Fujimura in this corner, right? Now the forward throw is going to be so important. Fujimura taking a big bust out with the perfect parry, keeping Fujimura in check. I'm liking this now, the pressure with the throws. Oh my.
Oh. Go for the throw, got blown up. Works up with the super, holds onto the drive cage for that purpose. Fujimura back in the green. Dash up, takes the throw though. So give Kosa almost full gauge right here. OD fan this time blocks it out. We've seen a perfect parry. We've also seen him ODDP. I like the switch up on defense. Now here's some offense. Kill the drive gauge. Counter hit, but too far for the crouching medium punch to hit. Cross-cut DP. One more interaction. All he needs is a level 3 right now, and Kosa can get that kill. Drive rush stand fears, Hashogeki, and burnout. It should be over. Impact, there we go. And Kosa takes the first game.
Yeah, you can see the expression on Kosa's face, right? You can just see like how he knows for sure he should have died in the previous round against Fujimura. So taking it the way that it went down in that final round, that's got to feel pretty damn good for the first game of the season.
Here's Tatsu taking towards the corner. Look at how close Ryu is. Similar to mine, just so close. Forcing out the ODDP here from Fujimura to get some distance.
Ooh, that's going to be pretty impactful too. Decent amount of damage, backing up just in case. Fujimura. Let's see what the explosion's going to be like. Does eat the donkey kick right at the edge of it. Fireballs and force from the side of Kosa. Fujimura responding with fans. Trying to force Kosa back just a little bit with those fans. A little bit of a counterpull from Kosa. Not really a whiff punish, but Fujimura still getting caught anyway with a sweep.
Wow, back throw. Kosa's been so good about reading the movement from Fujimura. Like, it feels like the minute Fujimura wants to stand up and walk back, he gets crouching medium kick, he gets swept off the feet. It's set point right now. Perfect pair, keep the drive cage up as much as possible. Do not let Fujimura advance, make him waste that bar. Tatsu drive rush, normal throw.
And it's so difficult for Fujimura to kind of set the pace, right? That's what it feels like against Kosa specifically, but it also just feels like a Ryu issue, right? This is going to be huge. Finally getting that momentum that Fujimura was looking for. Level 1 is established, but Kosa's still finding so many hits down below into the donkey kick. This is the exact space he wants to play at too. Fujimura is actually in such an awkward spot, whether or not to throw fireballs, and he's not going to get that chance. It's Kosa all the way with 2 rounds and then 2 games straight against the first victim from the side of Victrix, Favu Gaming. That's going to be Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto getting the first 10 points of the season.
That pop-off, well, more of a praise, whatever's up there, to thank him for not dying in that stand medium. That might have turned the tide and given Fujimura a little bit more of that energy that he needed to take that W. However, Kosa picking up the drop and bringing it back from the brink, and very dominant play at the very end. As you mentioned, I think there are things that Ryu can do in that matchup that makes it hard for her to approach with her buttons if the OD fans are not able to establish the game plan. Like, her normals are great, don't get it twisted, but he was doing donkey kick, he was checking the walk back, reading the movement from Fujimura, and Fujimura was like, man, I just spent OD fan, I should be able to get in, get an overhead, get a button off. Nothing like that was happening, the typical my play that you would expect, and that says to me that Fujimura just wasn't fully ready, prepped with his character all the way. You know, maybe a little bit more matchup knowledge that he needs. And Kosa just had the good player reads on the other side of things for him to get that victory. He looked definitely a little bit more informed with the character. We've seen him practice since, I think, the beginning of Season 3 when he was like, Ken may not be fully for me. I need a little bit more in the back pocket, you know, the character. This Ryu's looking really strong.
Yeah, I think it's the pace that Kosa kind of set, right? I think there's like moments where within certain ranges where Ryu's fireball is just going to be like so dominant in comparison to Mai. She's not going to have like a chance to really charge her fans. It's really dependent on whether or not Fujimura lands the knockdown and whether or not Mai is in the current Kaguru no Mai state, right? Although Fujimura managed to land a couple of level 1s, it wasn't going to be like enough to bully Kosa the way that Mai usually can. Like, as you had mentioned, right, getting the fans off. It's a very kind of like basic thing to look forward to, but it's just so highly effective. It's just a matter of being at the right spacing and also being at the right timing to actually get your normals going into fan for the pressure, OD fan if need be. But yeah, I think mostly it was the space that Kosa kind of set himself at, right? Like, Ryu's fireballs are pretty damn good this season, so I think that intimidation factor of being able to like contest like fan after fan or like fireball to fan was something that held Fujimura back.
That with donkey kick too as well. All those things in combination make that mid-range so good for Ryu. And again, as you said, can establish anything at all. What can you do but, you know, waste that bar on the OD. Now, who comes up? The Moke. What? Sako? Personally, I thought Sako would be like fighting Nemo at the very end. So Sako coming up against Kobon, you know, maybe it's the Elena pick. Maybe he likes that. That matchup looks horrendous. Every time I watch it, the Elena just pokes with stand medium punch, crouching medium kick as well, keeps the character out. The effective range that he wants to be at is hard. He tries to go for a charge up stand fierce, immediate slide. Elena doesn't have to overextend too much to get the win, and maybe that's the purpose of setting him up. It's going to be the Elena. He also has the Aki, but I think Elena is probably a stronger pick. watching Broski's video, he was talking about Elena, or I was talking about, excuse me, Aki and Geef, and he was like, the matchup is a little bit more even than people think. So seeing Elena makes sense from the side of Sako. However, Koban, he's picked for a reason. Nemo went over to enemy lines. He said, I want that guy right here on my team. I'm going to the grapplers. I need some help.
I'm glad he's not like fully allergic to grapplers this season, right? I mean, that's been like the on-running joke. I think he's more so just like allergic to Itobashi Zangief. But one of the biggest things that you had mentioned, yeah, I think Aki could have been the play here, but specifically as Broski had mentioned, like the reason why he feels like it's so tough, or at least a lot tougher in this season as like the matchup has progressed. Zangief could do a pretty decent job of being able to armor his way past like fireballs and kind of smother her, right? One of the biggest contesting points against Aki is how she doesn't have like the strongest defense. So being able to like smother her is pretty important, which Zangief can do. Yeah, Zangief can just utilize armor to walk her down. Like sure, Aki can play with like light lashes a bunch, but if Zangief could see it in time, or at least read it in time, armor kind of blows that up as well. So I can understand why Sakonoko goes for the Elena pick here, which is kind of funny because as we get through the interviews, by the way, I think Elena is more of a counter striker. I think she's it feels like she has to act second in majority of the matchups that she plays, but I think this is the one matchup where she doesn't have to feel that way.
Yeah, I agree. I think she can kind of poke the character. She can play her buttons a little bit faster in mid-range and in close range as well. She's got some cute little space traps that Geef really can't do too much about that. Set up for like, you know, the heel kick and things like that at a distance where if he tries to counter poke with crouching light kick, he gets blown up again. So a lot of things I've seen from Elena players disallow Geef from doing what he wants to do. And having reversal, although a kind of a grazing statement, is really good. You know, being able to bust out and have that, even the idea of a DP on deck makes the Geef player be like, well, I have to think about my strategy now. In terms of the interview, Koban says he's really nervous. We made ourselves ready, so he'll do his best for that 10 points. Sako in return says, we got to face that grappler, or the grappler. If we do, as I usually do, I will have the quality to beat him. So Sakonoko has been practicing, preparing. I feel like last season he didn't have the season that he won. I think he was jumping around a lot of characters. But when I watched him play at the LCQ, and I've watched him a few times on CFN, he looks like he's a lot more interested when he plays. I don't know how to really put this, but it feels like Elena and Aki have like sparked something in him to, I don't want to say make him more competitive, but it seems like he's a lot more informed as a player now. And maybe last season he was more of a coach. We didn't get to see him play as much when he didn't get the results that he wanted. But when I watch him play in the singles now, he looked like he a real competitor. He had that same sort of energy as years ago. So it's going to be hard for Koban. However, Koban, I got to give him credit. Like, he is the Geef player that if I'm looking to learn footsies from, if I had to learn from a grappler, I would learn from him. He is one of the best when it comes to applying the footsies, the pokes with the character, getting to a point where it's like a one-touch scenario, and then even though the drive rush scaling is off the lights is like quite a bit, he gets you in that range where you're going to die regardless. So he's calculative. His footsie game is insane. We'll see if it works out, because on paper this is not that good, but you gotta see what happens in the match. Oh, now start getting the sweep. Gotta watch out for that overhead, get in the distance. Let that whiff, get the knockdown, too far for the SPD to hit. Take him towards the corner.
Sorry about that. I was definitely muted. My bad. My bad. I was just about to say, like, no, I think you're on point with everything you had mentioned. Funny enough, like, Sakonoko tried to strike first and got bodied for it. Koban immediately with the whiff punish. But this right here is actually pretty significant, right? Elena gets the bully within this range. I think her walk speed's pretty good for it as well, and also to kind of keep Koban in check. Her moves aren't going to be as, like, telegraphed, so you can't just armor through it. You would have to kind of, like, guess with the armor, but Sakonoko not going to give him that chance. Throw will do it as well. The fake out. We got the song going into the overhead. I like that start for Sako.
Song you don't want to hear from Koban. He said, change the channel, change the aux. I stand like it, trying to buffer, trying to clip a button, but again, it's so hard at that range. She demands so much. Stand medium, punch. You have the light buttons as well, but we're in. Laureate Ender. Walk him down, don't use too much drive gauge right here. Harassing with that stand fierce. Knee hop in range for the SPD.
I like that a lot, actually. It's another SPD. If there's anything about Koban, it's how impressive he is at setting up the SPDs against his opponents consistently in so many different ways.
Like multiple ways. I feel like he's getting multiple SPDs. It's not about like the gambling. He's just setting himself up for that success. I agree.
like the usage of the mediums here from Sakonoko too. Also checking with the lights, but the overhead's pretty significant too, to kind of force Kobon into standing and possibly exposing the lows, just like right now. Kazunoko being able to get this throw off. Also being able to control the corner so effectively. Look at that. That exact range right now, Sakonoko's looking at counter poke.
Don't press that bad button. The stand fierce will get slid on. Drive rush initiates with the plus frames off the stand medium kick. 2-prong for the SPD, the backdash into level 3. Oh, so I thought. We'll drop there from Sakonoko. Still got the lead though. Overhead, finds the combo conversion, and Sakonoko will smile. I see appear on those lips.
My man got the target combos? Damn. Hit him with the trunk slap? I don't even know how much frames, like how many frames you get to kind of confirm that. Oh, I mean, on a punish counter, it's different.
Sako, man. God of execution. Ready for it, leg lock. Up in the corner, man. She has so many strings that can set up for space traps, and then her damage gets even more. Like, she, even without bar spent, her damage is incredible. Like, look at this. Ends it with the scratch wheel. The song is being played right now. Oh, a little bit of a drop. Kobon looking for an impact to clip a button, but nothing doing.
Oh. Again, we're seeing how much how much utility this overhead is really grinding Sakonoko thus far. Already looking at match point too. You're starting to see everything come together. The light into the punish counter. Look at the amount of carry Elena gets as well. Trying to go for something sneaky. That was also an attempt at a meaty overhead.
Looks like a whip past SPD right there. Into the super. Trying to go for damage here. Of course, don't need to heal. You have such a huge lead. Interruption with the counter hit. Recovers some time to get the DP off fine. You're in burnout. It might be over. Level 2 might save you. And again, the stand fierce cannot do anything in this match. The DI is there. You're dead. Sakonoko, well picked and well deserved for the win. And a little bit of a pop off. Again, did not have the season he wanted previously. Kind of was upset about that. We saw in the interviews. And now look at him with a character he can rock with and cook with. Takes out Kobon 2-0 dominantly.
That's pretty godlike to see. Yo, Kobon is feeling it off of game 1, bro. We've seen how many emotions come through towards like the end of Street Fighter League, but Kobon was like, I don't know, man. I think he wanted to really make a big splash during the debut of Street Fighter League Japan. But that's just how competition goes, man. There's only going to be one winner. And Sakonoko proving himself with this character, it feels like a match made in heaven, right? You have somebody who's so high in execution and so well trained in spotting out proper hit confirms that it just makes sense for him to pick Elena. And also Aki, right? Like, being the combo executionist that he is, an exhibitionist that he is, like, Aki just makes a lot of sense too. So seeing how, man, it's so sick that he has such a good spread of matchups now between Elena and Aki. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, love his spacing in this matchup. I like how he's able to like backdash. He understands that Elena's backdash is better than most other characters. Being able to avoid a lot of things and keeping the proper space that he needs to be. 10 to 10. We will not begin that extra match. So whoever you send up is going to be, you know, the person to close things out on either side. Well, really just for home side. We know who's coming up for the away side. It's going to be Machobo. So that definitely gives a little bit more leeway for the home team. But for the home team, I wonder who you said against Machobo. I'd like to see. I could see a world where Ryukichi comes up because he's played that matchup so much with Ken versus Ryu. But it's gonna be Moke instead.
Yeah.
Okay. No mind this either.
This makes a lot of sense. Like, all right, yo, get down, young man. As much as we've seen like Ryukichi play that matchup, I think Moke has had much more of an international presence playing against a lot of the Ryus around the world with this character. Right? I think Chun-Li does a fairly good job. Funny enough, right? Ryu's pretty damn good. Don't get it twisted. I think Chun-Li still does a pretty fair job against the Shotos, right? Her slow fireball and being able to follow through with it, just being able to enforce pressure off of that is pretty significant. But also being a big deterrent of fireballs themselves, whether she wants to cancel them out or use Hazanchu, is a pretty important factor going into this matchup, right?
it's gonna be worrisome for the Ryu player. So like whenever I watch the Ryu players play this matchup, when I hear them to kind of discuss it, they're like, we can't just rely upon the fireballs, even though they are better this season. You have to kind of hide them with like the forward fierce, the donkey kick, the whirlwind kick, which all can be a little bit on the riskier side depending on if you whiff them, because she can kind of scale outside that distance and whip punish. She doesn't have to really overextend in that range where Ryu wants to be at. As you mentioned, the anti-fireball stuff makes it kind of hard for him just to play that fireball pressure approach. So he has to kind of switch up things and mix up things with the command normals, with the specials and stuff like that to really get things going. And then after that happens, you kind of reset back to neutral, which isn't that bad for her. Like if the donkey kick hits, it's full screen, he stops it with Denjin, but she's back to where she kind of wants to be, and Ryu doesn't have the best drive rush. Like, one of the problems with Ryu, he can't really enforce mix right after or force pressure right after. He doesn't got the distance like other characters. So it's like, damn, I got to get in against the character that's slinging up stand, fierce, crouching, medium kick, all that wily stuff. And Moke, he'll take charge when that happens.
Precisely. And what's also kind of neat is, let's say Ryu does get the positional advantage. Like, let's say Machobo manages to force Moke into the corner. I think Chun-Li is so scary still, right? She has OD Tensho, she has like an invincible DP to get off of me, right? She also has a way around throw loops that's better than most of the cast. She has instant air legs for a severe punish, and that alone could really force you to change up your Oki a pretty decent amount, right? Like you can't autopilot just going into throw loops against Chun-Li. And not only that, if you overstep your boundaries too, like if let's say you miss time or kind of like misstep your Oki and like you were trying to go for a different round and kind of at the last second mistime it or something. Moke can easily use any of the 4-framers that Chun-Li has to get a counter hit or punish counter and escape. If need be, she could also have a wall jump to kind of reset and just get out of the corner free. Not free, but like better than most characters. My mistake. I misspoke. Right. But yeah, I think like even so, like with all the things that make Ryu strong, Chun-Li does have a counterplay for it.
I think so too, and like the way that like Moke plays, he does the Goichi, and also I've seen Filipino man do this every so often. Like if they think you're gonna go for like a dash up throw, they'll do like air legs, even if it's in like the middle of the screen to catch you lacking, get that punish counter damage. And Moke's the type to kind of use that bar a lot more than other Chun-Li players, which it does take him into burnout sometimes. But you mentioned the harassment tools that are up in the corner. That OD Fireball, he might use that to kind of jail people in. We'll get to the interview, by the way. Machobo says, Moke was a teammate, but today I'm going to beat him. And Moke says, we were a teammate, but I was pretty irritated with him at that time, so I'm going to beat him down. Oh my God. I like this energy.
No reservations, huh? They're just going to straight up just talk that stuff? That's kind of wild. I mean, obviously it's never really personal, but I like the energy they're bringing this season. You know what I'm saying? I like that. Let it rock.
Oh man. All right, time to get serious business out here. It's gonna be the anchor match: Ryu versus Chun-Li, Machobo versus Moke. Yo, let's get it.
This is the range that we got to pay attention to, right? Like if Moke can get it within mid-range, use the handshake of destiny or even low forward to pick apart Machobo's walk, might be significant. I like that air-to-air, the stomp to just meet Machobo midway through. That was actually kind of crazy. How often do you see that?
Not very. Your legs, but you gotta get that crumple. That's new this season. So you gotta be careful. These -5 or more situations. You get so much more off of it. Back to the screen with the Tatsu though. Overhead lands.
Pretty impactful too, being able to get these -5 punishes.
Oh, let's get the wall. So close. Top in the corner. The anti-air is there, as you mentioned. The Tensho. The ticket throw. Macho able to attack. The bars back. Moke and burn up, but it doesn't matter. He got the throw right when it counted. First round to him.
Yeah, so donkey kick is it feels like it's off the table in this matchup, right? Like whether it's gonna be the medium kick one at like max distance, I think, or even like the the heavy one also. I think there's ways for Moke to kind of snipe it out or perfect parry, but also being able to punish medium kick donkey legs or donkey kick is gonna be so significant with like OD legs, right? Because it comes out like 8 frames from the side of Chun.
That on top of that, you see him taking his turn back right after that one. He went for like forward heavy kick to kill the drive gauge. He has so many ways to advance right after to kill the drive gauge. But now the help is getting killed right here. Moke caught up in the corner. Stringing him up. And another throw. Moke not able to survive the pressure that Machobo was putting on. Around between the two. Bar at the bottom, all stocked up. The fireball. They're up the drive rush. As you mentioned, the wall tool. Don't get in. Whip punish.
Yeah. significant tool at that, right? Like both the fireballs, standing heavy punch, a lot to kind of deter the drive rush approach. But Moke actually, luckily getting the medium confirm into that full sequence, but Machobo, I like that, smelling danger, immediately going for the OD uppercut, and now trying to get sneaky a little bit off of that overhead, still leading into this level 3. I didn't get to see what the start was, but it's not going to be enough to kill. Do you drive rush forward overhead again or throw? No, you just dash up. My mistake.
Side delay, the super. Needed to do this, had to do it. Spent full level 3, but what if level 2 would have been better here? Both at burnout, so maybe not so much. Moke gonna get that bar back if need be. But the interruption jab and the fireball, the confidence, Machobo.
That's a pretty big call out. Like, heavy legs leaves Moke in a position to pursue normals afterwards, but I think he threw out, what, low medium kick? That was really smart for Machobo to make that call, doing stand jab instead to interrupt.
No, he could go for like a quicker button, like a 4-frame at that distance. It wouldn't have hit. Knew he was gonna play a bigger button. Mr. Optimal for a reason. Tap parry though. Walk up throw. Okay, puts him up in the corner. Gets the overhead. And the Tensho. Drive rush hits the brakes. Gets the throw right after it. Calling out all these parries. That went burnout.
Damn, son. It's been so back and forth thus far in between rounds. Like, it's only been like one game so far between Machobo and Moke, but it feels like they've been grinding it out already. Damn, that is a big call.
So based on defense, you've seen on gets the parries on the ODDP. Backs it for the Tensho kick. Isn't Machobo supposed to be the one that is so good about the anti-airs? And this man right here, Moke, is the overhead orator. Into level 3. Catch the cutscene. Moke get his revenge for last season. Annoyed, irritated, and now getting his W. Game to game with a perfect.
That's kind of scary too. Like, if you'd seen how he got that perfect, he's trying to pick apart Machobo's defense with a lot of the overheads. In fact, he's gotten away with that even over at like the last couple of events Moke was a part of, specifically EWC, right? Like, once he's got the conditioning set, he wouldn't be shy about throwing in those overheads over and over and over again. And I like the punish counter on the way through, nullifying that fireball, now keeping the string tight with a handful of jabs as well. Machobo is starting to pick buttons on defense. He's a lot more antsy. You can see it, right? Back-to-back significant punishes from the side of Moke. He has to chill back now. Machobo, he can't afford to try to counterpoke, but he does find a way to weave through it.
Real bad for him. Still looking not so good. He tried to go for the OD legs right after. Okay, interrupts the serene stance with the 4 fierce. DP ender. Machobo is still not going to be that good on the drive cage, but he still gets a 4 fierce to get. I don't know what's going on with him. Okay, he gets back throw now. The momentum all in Machobo's hands, and he lands a stand medium kick perfectly done with the poke.
What a recovery from Machobo. I'll tell you what, man. Him being able to fight out of the corner and also dictate the pace immediately afterwards mid-screen is pretty significant. Now, speaking of significance, the low medium kick punish counter into the Tatsu, the immediate bust out from Moke. These guys are vying for the position right now. The forward throw to set it off for Moke. And what a read against the fireball. Yo, Machobo reacting appropriately with the level 1.
Stock up air legs. Wasn't able to get something significant off of it. Counter poking with a jab. Drive rush overhead. No, it's a throw instead. Caught up in the corner. Tensho kicks. Caught him trying to jump over. That crouch fear is such a good shimmy tool. Only catches a little bit of the counter hit combo though. Stand fierce to the OD. Now you're in burnout. Will we see a reaction here from Moke? In between the string, you see a stagger right there. He waited. Okay, not getting baited just yet. Go for the anti either. The low, and he goes right into the super after the Hashogeki. Seals it with a Shin Shoryuken. 2 games of Machobo on game point now.
Excellent call from the side of Machobo. Very, very low risk being able to go into normal, stringed up into the light Hashogeki while somebody's in burnout. Plenty of time to get to confirm. You can see how much more deadly Ryu can be in a burnout scenario, closer range, I should say, in comparison to Chun, right?
A lot more from the Hashogeki side of things. Like, she can enforce burnout, but not as much as Ryu can, as you mentioned. And I think, like, she can also stick to you in burnout, but again, he was like one of the best at doing so. And so, you know, Machu using that to full effect. But we did see a lot of like exposure in terms of defense, a lot of back and forth. Obviously, they play each other a lot. They were on the same team, so they studied a lot. And we are taking a timeout here.
Right.
But I'm imagining a lot of that's like previous knowledge that has been written down, used in Sacred Scrolls, uncovered for days like this. I'm curious to see what's going to happen on defense if Machobo he's able to keep the offense on. His offense has been great. But if the pressure comes back and he's put on the back foot, will we see the same sort of things where he's going for with throws, tap parry too many times, too often, where he's killing his drive gauge, where he can't go for like OD fireball or OD Hashugeki or whatever he needs to put the route back on his side of things? I want to see what happens when things are reversed again. But right now, Machobo's looking good on offense. His offense is great. He's landing the overheads that he needs. He's getting the damage that he needs. Donkey kicks at the right distances so far, and counter poking when he needs to, taking his turn.
Yeah, I think there's a really significant thing to kind of digest in regards to like player timing, in regards to like what buttons are trying to be pressed here. If you look at the big 2 breakouts that Machobo had in that previous game, watch how he got out of the corner and with what button and what timing, right? I think there have been multiple counter hits from the side of Machobo that have really opened up Moke and forced Moke into like weird positions to back off after pressure. Immediately after Machobo kind of sniped out the timing, you started to see Machobo immediately go for some of the big low punish counters to kind of throw Moke off too. So you're starting to see it all kind of come together in regards to like how Machobo's picking apart Moke's just overall, I guess, reaction to certain situations.
He saw against the fireball, and I like what he does after he finds success in these situations. There's a point where, you know, Moke threw out the fireball, Machobo hit him with the level 1. Right after, he stocks up the Denshin charge to make his Hashugeki, or even a fireball if need be, more effective. So I like him thinking about the future in these scenarios. As he mentioned, him being able to counter poke in some scenarios where he knows that, oh, you have to play a bigger button to reach me, so I'll go for a quicker button instead. Even though you're minus, it depends on what the button is thrown out from the other side of things. So just because someone is minus doesn't mean that it's not their turn or they can't have their turn still stolen away. Excuse me. This could be the final game depending on how Machobo goes. I want to see what happens on defense for him if he's able to shore that up, because Moke was kind of getting into him, but we'll see. That even needs to happen so we can keep up that pressure.
We need to get the Yipes mod on the stage ASAP for like everybody's PC. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just gotta come through. Man. Everybody by default needs to do it. With the do-rag too.
You ain't lying. Moke though. Up in the corner, yeah, you obviously definitely enjoy this action right now. Moke stringing him up. Machobo able to counter poke with the crouching medium punch and the fireball. Try to catch him while walking back. Careful now. Don't get perfect parried in the drive rush jab. That's why Machobo's trying to get in that effective range and get that blue stuff going.
Yeah. Also, you can see the valid approach here from Moke. Pretty nice and easy. Like, doesn't want to overextend. And if he does decide to overextend, it's like the safest way possible. He'll throw out a fireball at certain distances, then drive rush behind it to force Machobo into a guessing game. But now, again, with how active... Ooh, that was actually so well timed. With how active Machobo became with the fireballs, eventually Moke was going to close the gap to force that fireball to be like riskier as the gap closes, right?
Mm-hmm. Nice prepare with the sweep right after. It's so hard to prepare some of the stuff that she's going to do because you don't know if it's going to be a low or a mid. Able to guess right there. However, Moke gets the side switch. Bait it out. Yes, he did. He held parry to get the bar up. We're going to Soten Town. Medium Fierce, level 3, of course, Moke. Not getting up yet. Yeah, he's just like, let me make sure. There we go. But I love that immediate route back from Moke. He was like, I'm in the corner.
I was gonna say, I don't think he has anywhere to go, man. He's stuck. He's definitely stuck at the station, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be funny if he kind of like took the headset off, took a little like walk around, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I gotta come back."
Can't go with 2 feet in your house.
Yeah.
All right, final game between the two. Oh, take him to the corner. Double spinning bird kick with the OD first. Good meter expenditure right now from Moke so far. Haven't gone into a burnout unless it's like to kill, which is big for Moke because I feel like his problems earlier were that he'd spend too much bar and then would be lacking and burn out too much, and they would take advantage of that.
Yeah. So now encroaching on that space, right? Moke was a little bit dry on the drive gauge. Okay, that's also pretty good. Machobo getting the side switch and the throw on top of that, which was a punish counter. Pretty close to burnout. Moke now forced to hold that. He's going to be eating mad damage. You might actually be dead all the way. Yep, DP towards the end of that donkey kick. Machobo actually living up to the name, Mr. Optimal. Now looking at match point for his team.
Don't call me that for a reason. Machobo living up to it. ODDP right after that drive rush up. Knows that Moke likes to approach after the fireball after he establishes a little bit of that confidence. Stop that from happening. Oh, he has nice and close after the throw. ODP though from Moke to get the bust out, drive rush, crouch fears. Delays the stand medium just a little bit. Space trap, legs knocked down. Oh, that was meaty.
Oh, look at the swing of momentum now. The counter hit. Moke still within range for the meaty crouching medium punch. Not going to spend the meter here, is he? He has to, question mark? He definitely does. Soten Ranka to ensure that it goes to a final round, but this is going to be so heavy, right? Machobo sitting on a fully loaded cannon against Moke at the start of the round. If he gets a big counter hit to start off, Machobo is going to explode. And what do we call it? We exactly called that exact moment. Machobo actually not forcing himself to use the meter just yet all the way through for the corner carry.
No Burrow either. Maybe he thinks he can do it. Resets with the Hazachu. Okay, here's Moke. Without any bar to his name. There's a low. Okay, the low confirmed. Into the Hashokeki level 3. As mentioned, check the damage. Getting dumped out right now. Macho, a huge lead in drive gauge. That means he can OD fireball, drive rush up if he needs to. He's going to encroach on that space, walk on in confidently like he owns the place. Stand fierce in the OD. No perfect parry though. No drive rush right after. Perfect parry. There's a low. And there we go. Macho going to take it for his team. Ready gets a fireball play. Put that plasma away. Machobo, Mr. Optimal.
It was just a matter of time, right? It was just a matter of time before the kettle topped over. As soon as you see Ryu with 3 bars going into the final round, you have to play a different type of way.
Wow. Machobo, man. I love watching him play on offense, especially. You know, his defense, it's more of, I think, a Moke thing than it is like his defense being bad. But for him to stay optimal and get that offense going, when the difficulty is to get against this character, get in against this character when her low forwards are so good, her stand fierce, her fireballs, and operate around those tools and make sure yours work. Again, optimal in terms of combos and optimal in terms of the matchup knowledge. Moke had some good points. You saw him being able to bust out supers and react if need be. We saw him also keep up the draw gauge as he should and not being burnt out, unless it was a matter of like, I'm going to be able to kill, except for this moment where Machobo reverses Sajario with the light right there, knowing that the low forward was not going to reach in time for his low forward would come out, or his light punch, excuse me, would come out. But man, just ever optimal Machobo to keep up his gauge, keep up the damage as you mentioned at level 3. It turns different when that level 3 starts flashing. You're worried about the damage that gets dumped out to swing the momentum in the favor, and you're gonna play so differently. And his perfect parry ratio was really good, which I like to see from top level players. I want to see more of the perfect parries happen. We saw that over EWC. I think people are getting more comfortable with the meta of perfect parry and defense, and Machobo exposing those fireballs and getting a punish. 30-10. Saishunkan Kumamoto takes it.
Not too bad. I think, you know, out of everything, that was the most evenly matched game we could have asked for in regards to like the results, right? I think more so in the anchor match, not necessarily in the first 2 matches because they were 2 big blowouts. But again, I think in 3 out of 5 territory, you start to see some of the big adjustments. I mean, that was clearly the case between Machobo and Moke. But going forward, right, as it stands when it comes to like the league format, every team is always going to have a chance at the run back as we progress through the tournament. So it's going to be very interesting to note to see how this played out and then to see it in the run back in the second half of the season. But Saishunkan Kumamoto off to a pretty good start. 30 points in the bag.
Very much a story team that we've seen over the years, you know, has been significantly appearing in like, you know, the like playoffs and things like that. They've been like a top tier team, and I think the switch up of having a grappler, even though it didn't work out today, will be good in other scenarios. I think they had the Nemo in the back pocket for the extra game just in case. I think that was like a, we don't want to put Koban back there because they could easily be counterpoked, so let's hold back and let him play if he has to. Unfortunately, Elena did come through, but the rest of the team, the rest of the squad is doing well. Shouts out to Kosa, fantastic on the Ryu. When I talked to him at CEO, he said he was a little shaky on the character, and I was like, man, you picking up a new character this close? But when we saw him play, he was still looking good out there, and right now he's looking great. We are actually getting some of the winner interview right now. Nemo says Street Fighter League Episode 1 is the most nervous game of the season, which makes sense because you're just starting off, you're a little bit on the cold side, but really happy we were able to win. We were looking at the opponent's CFN. We knew who was going for what. It really went well. And to note to that, if you want to know, or at least get a little preview of what's going to happen possibly, you look at who they're training for. Look at what characters they're practicing for. If it's like right before Street Fighter League, you can kind of see who they're gunning for. I saw Sako playing with some of the Geek players, so I'm like, okay, if that comes up, I know what he's going to pick now, so good tell.
Yeah. If you have the time to do so, I think it's like one of the fun parts of like studying up the matchups and also studying up like what the players are anticipating for sure. You know, the other way around too, right? Like if you're on the away side, I think you would want to do more of the studying to kind of like figure out what your player order is going to be like. Kobon obviously not like feeling the best about his performance, going 0-2, but I think it's not something to be like super down about. I think like overall having to face off against an Elena who's still kind of like fresh. I don't know what other Elenas in Japan are working the way that Sakonoko is right now. So I can understand like and kind of be like toward like a little empathetic towards like Kobon's feelings in regards to his performance, right?
It's fair.
Yeah, has to be fair upon himself as much as possible. During his interview, he had exclaimed it earlier. He said, "I lost, but I was able to learn how I play in the league before. I'd imagine, like previous experiences in the league. So he will do better next time," is what he said.
Kosa saying, I was hoping that Nemo was going to go for the first game, but I had to accept the pressure to win. So he willingly stepped up, you know. And I honestly thought Nemo would be up there, at least in anchor position. Again, not in the final position, but this team organization didn't work out. Machobo says, I was really nervous, but I won. And again, it was great to see him stave off the nerves and then go for things like perfect parry, being able to punish properly and hold that range where it's hard for Ryu to do so against Chun-Li. He said, not the best game, but looking back from last season, I was able to get a comeback win, so not bad. Also, good to see him on Ryu. Not seeing him on Akuma was kind of strange because he's been an Akuma player a lot for Street Fighter V or his Street Fighter life, when Akuma's available at least. But good to see him acclimate to the character in his own sort of way. Definitely different than how Kosa plays. You know, I think he's a little bit more optimal in his combos and things like that. His approach on offense is different too as well. You know, both have good things and bad things, obviously, as players are. And Nemo says, it'll be a long season, so we'll get better to go to the playoffs and so on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in a lot of these teams going forward. So seeing how they burst onto the season can be a pretty significant deal. But as it always goes, like even for us, when we talk about like who's going to be making it through towards like the next season or at least like the next into the playoff spots, it's so topsy-turvy, right? We could have somebody have like a banger season in the first half and then dip down during the second half. And it could be some of the championship teams. There was one season where Good 8 Squad did just that, right? Where they were doing so well and then they actually dipped out and failed to make it to playoffs one season. I think it was during Street Fighter 6.
YouTube ツイッチ合わせて12万人ぐらいの方に見ていただいて
I think it was like the first season of Street Fighter 6, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Sorry, cut out. Sorry. But yeah, first season of Street Fighter 6. No, you're good. The very first season, like the first half, they got knocked out. But even like last year, there was points where they were like not like solidified for grand finals. They were like in playoff position. You know, they're not for reject, but for other teams, definitely had a little bit more of that waviness. So that could happen out here. Street Fighter League is so much more than just the players that you have in their pedigree. It's all the player composition, who's the best on the day, who's more prepared, and you know, it's hard to call who's going to take it.
Yeah, I think that's the best part. You know, being able to follow along with like every single week that happens. One, it's much easier to do so now with the inclusion of the Street Fighter League Pro Japan account over on X, and also just being able to follow along with hashtag Street Fighter League. But more importantly, like if you want to see like the English side of it all, obviously me and Senkola have you covered. At Capcom Fighters definitely have you covered. Probably the easiest way for a lot of the English-speaking fans out there to kind of follow along. But obviously, as we get into the next couple of matchups, we have to thank our sponsors that have been putting on for Street Fighter League and also in bigger aspects of the CPT, right? Galleria has been like the official PC sponsor for a minute, I feel like. So them throwing it down to help like provide the most optimal setups for not only just like the CPT, but also for Street Fighter League this year is a pretty significant deal. So big shout outs to Galleria. I do want to check out, they actually have a handful of storefronts too out in Tokyo, so I wanted to like be able to see like what they're about, maybe purchase some equipment out there when I visit and like drop it off at a friend's house and be like, yo, Let me stream off of this every time I visit or something.
No, visiting. I think you're going out to Tokyo Game Show if I'm not mistaken. That was super sick. They're gonna have the bike out there. How many times have we seen that bike appear at the events and then just a long line of people trying to line up and turn like their jury for a day? Shouts out to Tokyo Game Show for putting on some Street Fighter stuff. I don't know what's going on out there, but I definitely want to see it. Hopefully we get to see, you know, maybe some like trailers or something like that for C Viper. You know, I got Sagat, so I'm happy. So for people like Sherry and stuff like that, hopefully we get to see some new, like, more gameplay for the character or what have you, or just having Street Fighter out there just in general is a cool thing. You know, being a part of a bigger game show. I remember like the E3s and things like that, the bigger trade shows, having fighting games out there, introducing people who don't know that Street Fighter has a new game is a good thing to see. I'm sure in Japan it's not a problem, but I'm just talking about everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, hopefully they'll have like a playable demo for C Viper. I think timing wise it does make sense, seeing as how we had like Sagat over at Evo as well. So that could potentially be. So that'd be kind of cool to see it. I'm just randomly going to TGS, I'm not gonna lie to you. So I mean, I don't know how that works out, but I do know that with Street Fighter League Pro Japan this year, there's going to be a handful of different offline events being held at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Tokyo at those following dates. So I actually want to know if I could just stream from there. Like if I could be able to like hijack a stream station and also do like the English broadcast from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, which I'm pretty sure is possible. We might be able to get some extra footage. I'll probably throw up my phone and do a live stream of like behind the scenes with the players for you guys. Maybe we can make that work out. Maybe we can make that work out. No promises, but I think it's also really sick the fact that Red Bull being not only a sponsor but also housing the players for the offline events is going to be pretty sick. What also going to be is going to be sick is match number 2 coming your way. We got Nagoya NTPOJA versus CAG Osaka coming right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of that Street Fighter League Japan.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
No. 甘く見たよね。やる気あるの？行くわよ。決まったか。
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
この夏ゲームの世界に飛び込もう。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、そのゲーム作りの裏側に迫る大カプコン展名古屋市美術館で好評開催中。
And we are back with more Street Fighter League action here the official restream, myself, St. Cola, joined with Vicious. We got Nagoya NTPOJA, excuse me, versus CAG Osaka. Two very dominant teams, two very strong teams with some wily players. Let's start off Nagoya NTPOJA to the daredevil bounty hunter himself, Mochi, coming from game to game, trying to become a champion in this one as well with the Akuma, which is looking super sick if you watch the CFN. Next, let's go to talent in Toyama, excuse me. That's going to be Otani, who has the kin, but I've seen him kind of work a little bit on the Terry as well. Behind that is the Kung Fu fanatic Seiya, who is one of the best Chun-Lis in the business, finally getting his time to shine out here at Street Fighter League. Last but definitely not least is the hammer of the gods himself, KB, and that B stands for business. Out here leading the squad of Oja. Let's see how far they can go this season.
Damn, the artist formerly known as Bonbon, huh? I really love this current composition, not only because of like the character, sorry, the player talent, but also like the characters that are going to be stepping up from this team. So we'll talk about that when the time comes. Their opponents, however, going to get the full advantage of being on the home side. We got the big team incoming, CAG Osaka, representing themselves pretty well throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League. This team, actually one of my favorites, and looking forward to seeing how they play. Damn, they're going real quick with all of these. I didn't realize how fast the home squad goes, but you had seen it. We got Takagi, Uryo, Eita, and Fenrich representing themselves. The newcomer, the big rookie. My man got a perm before the first game. It's Takagi, part of the R&B group Boys to Men, huh? He's trying to earn his manhood out here in Street Fighter League Japan. Followed up by Uryo, rocking that Jamie, the Eternal Ace. Followed suit by Eita with the Unlimited Dragon Dance. Still don't know what that means though, because he's rocking the Akuma nowadays. All led by their leader, Fenrich. No longer part of the theoretical value, he's part of the reticent perfectionists. And he's gonna be rocking that JP per usual. Listen, man, I'm learning new words every day, but it's funny that it's coming in from some of these titles. I'll tell you what, CAG Osaka, another one of my favorite teams to look forward to, and this is going to be quite the honor to be able to commentate these two teams. Going into it, right, Nagoya NTP CAG Osaka, we have two big newcomers on both ends, right, between Seiya and Takagi, right?
Man, it's kind of wild to see like a lot of new players out here that we've seen in other places work. However, Takagi, I feel like I only really see him when people need like that Blanca practice at like high level. They're like reaching out to him, hey man, let's run some sets, gotta get ready for an RD or whatever it may be. I mean, he's a strong player in his own right. For him to come out to league is going to be a big test of those skills. On the other side of things though, real quick, Seiya, we've seen him cook up the competition of Topanga League. We've seen how good his confirms are. Right. I think he's just a more informed player in terms of like being in like a single sort of scenario. So team tournament, we'll see how he's gonna be tested out here. We get the lineup, we get KB to start things off on the Mai. He's got a lot of characters in general, but seeing he's going for the Mai immediately, I wonder we're gonna see an advancement. And if that Mai will have to switch to a different character because he, like Fenrich, rotates quite a bit.
Yeah, no, and I agree. There's going to be a lot of pressure going into this one, I feel like, for CAG Osaka, right? They want to kind of test out their dynamic with their team currently. They have quite the roster to do it with, but I kind of also wonder where they're going to put the rookie up in this current spread. I wouldn't be too surprised if he went up first.
Ooh, putting the flames of fire already. You know, I don't think it would be the worst idea. You know, you have a block in the first of two, like even matchup aside, just to kind of create that chaos and kind of put him to the fire so that he can kind of learn the ropes immediately. And to Production's credit, thank you so much for the update. He was a streamer that became a pro, and it's kind of been a little bit of a common factor for Street Fighter players, where sometimes you see like them become like a streamer where they were a streamer before. They're like, man, I really love Street Fighter, and they go hard and heavy in it. It's cool to see him out here be rewarded with the league. It's going to be JP on the other side. Wow, really, Fenrich? No Blanca at all, just going straight for the JP. All right.
Yeah. A little bit of extra tidbit regarding Takagi, right? He doesn't necessarily have the big like 1v1 accolades in some of the big singles tournaments, but he's made a pretty significant splash at a lot of the big team tournaments, right? The second Legendist event, right? He got top 8. He got top 8 at the Tokyo All-9 party, also with his team. His team also got second over at Crazy Raccoon Cup number 6. He's been very, very active in a lot of these like exhibition events with not only other big variety streamers and also just streamers in Japan, but also with some of the pros, right? So you know it's a significant deal when he gets called up to the big leagues by some of these players. So we'll see if he finds his own kind of route, his own kind of like play style as well, and his own kind of groove in Street Fighter League Japan, because this is a whole different type of dynamic, right? As good as he can be in some of these team exhibitions, being a part of Street Fighter League Japan is a different type of team tournament, right? So we'll see if that actually plays out. It's going to be the two captains facing off against each other in the opening battle for this team match.
Sorry for the JP as well. That is, you know, I mean, Fenris also has like a rotation of characters he can do. We've seen him on the Mai. JP, we've known him for as well, and the Blanca. But you just started off with the with JP. Get the interview real soon. But going to the matchup real quick, you know, I feel like whenever I watch like other Mai players, they do like normal fans to combat like the mid-range pressure, like the stand medium and the stand fierce to stop that from happening. To condition him to be able to stop using those buttons, and then they drive rush in, and then they go for the drive rush, crouching medium kick or whatever lights that they want to utilize. And the fans also allow them to kind of set up with other buttons as well. So the fans are kind of like the starting point to stop him from using buttons and also allow him to kind of walk on in. And then, you know, after like they play a fireball, you'll see them also drive rush. Like after the fireball hits on block or whatever, they try to drive rush and take that space right after, because she does have a far drive rush range. So that's a typical game plan that I see from my players, and what I've, you know, been able to ascertain. We'll see if there's a little bit of switch up in terms of stylistic stuff. It looks like KB says that he wasn't thinking of facing him, but good enough. Last year's tactic was to definitely win the anchor game, and we were able to do well with that, but it's going to be a different story considering that you can't just say, I'm going to win with the anchor game. If things go bad, you have to go for that extra game. You have to play all the players out here. So we'll see if that kind of strategy has to switch up.
Yeah, I mean, if they could still follow suit with the game plan of being able to like get into a situation where the anchor match is the end-all be-all, I think that's going to be totally fine. Like they would essentially have to at least just get a single W from either the first or the second match, and throwing KB up there as soon as possible, I don't know if that's going to either like benefit them or bite them in the end, to be honest with you. So we'll see how that goes going forward. KB switching off to Mai is actually kind of interesting. I think somebody had mentioned it earlier in the chat. I don't know like how often I get to see like Mai versus JP like in a CPT scenario, at least within the top 16 or top 32, right? Like we'll see it in pool play a bunch, but in the hands of these two professionals, it's going to be flowing kind of different, right? I feel like JP can still have the upper hand, forcing Mai at a standstill, unless unless Mai forces herself to use meter early.
Right. That's what we saw right there. Roundstar OD fan initiating with that. Again, to stop the pokes, though, might have to use the normal one. Air throw sets up for the OD departure, the normal one as well. It's going to keep her at bay. As long as you can keep her away and make her expend that bar, going to be in that sort of general win condition to fight Mai. Oh, big jump in off the fierce. Level 1, of course, spin it early as possible. Get the enhancements. Oh, he's too far out.
Yeah, that was wild. I wonder if like Roundhouse would have been able to catch in time instead, but either way, it's still a pretty strong scenario now for KB, right? You're looking at the way that Fenrich is curly burnt out. What a call out against the drive impact, button into super. Ugh, but still, that actually is the big green light for KB to get the knockdown against Fenrich, to get the guaranteed. Actually, I can't say it's guaranteed. I didn't get to see the normal prior to it, but if the math checks out, then KB, good for you, man. Honestly, JP does have ways around it, sometimes with amnesia, by the way, just to kind of let that note be out there. I didn't get to see what normal it was, though, from KB, so.
KB still cooking up in the corner. Like last round. It's hard to play the amnesia right there when he's got the fans out, the projectiles to interrupt, and he stagger steps with a hit connected. KB putting on so much variance up in the corner that, at least in that scenario, the amnesia wouldn't be able to come out into play because the fireball would interrupt that. Projectile's just a difficult proposition to deal with when you try to run your defensive tactic. First game, the KB puts him up in the corner, and Fenrich still kicking it with the JP. No switch up here.
You get the sweep, punish counter, overhead, not blocked by KB, the first big opener that Fenrich gets. Let's see if he can take advantage of that too, forcing KB into the corner. But no, the OD fans is always going to prevail, I feel like, in this matchup. With the departure right in front, KB forced to back away. Multiple jumps over, but the perfect parry. Good anticipation from Fenrich, a little bit of damage, but it's more so the setup that he's looking for, right? He's going to be dealing a lot of damage to the drive gauge in this fashion if KB's not aware of being able to parry on time, but that opener is so significant for Mai. The control from the uppercut, being able to force his will with the fans if need be. But that hasn't been the factor just yet. Kaguru no Mai level 1. Watch out for this throw. No, not at all. It's going to be a couple of lights.
Soaping him up though. Jumps back away from the throw. KB, your game to win right now. Careful the drive cage. Level 2, caught him jumping. We get the forward heavy kick. No, he lands in time. Excuse me. He stays fine. He jumps back out. Avoids the departure. Definitely. And runs a dive kick to get it. This guy is so good on defense. Escape through the projectiles, the fireballs, navigate all the miasma and plasma that was on the screen. KB on set point. Perfect parry. Yo, we gotta call him the perfect parry prince, because he is definitely up there too as well. He has been able to perfect parry all the pierces and the fireballs. Level 1? Of course.
It's so difficult right now. KB is just playing so dominantly against Fenrich. I mean, the number one thing you should always look out for in Japan is a Mai player, right? And I feel like Fenrich was never ever in control in the first place. Outside of that previous round, like, although he got like the big opener, although he had like a significant time away from KB with the life lead, that all was like null and void pretty fast. KB walking away with a big 2-0.
I think part of it is being able to perfect parry and drive rush up. We saw the first perfect parry to drive rush out work out, but then he found stand fierce, then he found crouch fierce. Being able to dissuade like that pressure full screen and get it way in. Excellent stuff. And also the defense gets to level 2. Like, you know, Mai is strong, but being able to use those tools properly to get in after you're pushed out is going to be key when you're fighting JP no matter what. And his defense just in general, to avoid level 2, to avoid the departures, that dive kick, and call out the stand fierce. Those are things that could be kind of risky, depending on, or at least, you know, maybe a little bit riskier than usual. But he knew the timings, he knew what he was going to do, what Fenrich was going to do, and what buttons were going to be played out here. First game, 10 points. Nagoya NTPOJA starting off very, very strong.
No doubt, no doubt. I really enjoyed the fact that KB fully utilized like the stocks that he had to his advantage after Kaguru no Mai. I think having like the delayed dive bomb is super neat too. Like at certain angles, you can keep yourself at plus to kind of continue burnout pressure if need be, right? Because like at worst, with stock, you'd be like -5, right? So like in a burnout scenario, that's not too bad as a way in. But yeah, I think it was more so. What is he doing? I think it was more so like on Fenrich's behalf, not being able to like really fight his way out. But Eita coming in, I love this guy, dude. Every single season, Eita brings something different to the table. He's built different. The Akuma player coming in against our rookie from Nagoya NTPOJA, Seiya with the Chun-Li.
You know, I saw Ada over at the CEO. He's playing Mago. After he won, he looked back and was like this, like, ooh, like, bro, is just a jokester. But he's still serious in the game, though. But yeah, as you mentioned, the rookie Seiya, who it's weird to call him rookie because he's been so good the past 2 seasons. He was on a different name, and he has switched up his name, but not his style, and not how good he is on the Chun-Li. We saw him, I believe, last season beat Bonchan and almost make it to top 8 over one of the CPTs. That's where people were like, wait, who is this guy? Who is this Seiya guy? He, whenever I watch him on stream, like, he is just always like a big lab rat with the character. And I feel like it's not just the confirms that he has, it's just the situational stuff that he knows with the character that he's going to stick with regardless. But on paper, this still is not that bad here for Eita. Akuma does well, even though they gave her better buffs to her DPs, so she's able to anti-her more effectively. There are many times where Akuma is going to get that dive kick off before the DP hits, or the air fireball. Like, the exchange rate is going to be better for the Akuma player on the ground, the fast fireballs, dissuade her from running her fireballs. his buttons can interact pretty well in some ranges where she'd like to interact with the forward fierce, stand fierce. So Akuma has a lot to say in this matchup, but that's on paper, and the way that people play is going to switch it up, and we'll see if Seiya can hit those Hasachus to cut through, if he can find the right callings, the proper timings. And I also want to see how Seiya operates in Street Fighter League. Eita, this is not his first rodeo. For Seiya, even though he is a professional in terms of like the singles tournament, it's a different sort of weight to have to come on the first day. You're the second person up for your team. It's a lot of pressure to be putting on.
Yeah, but he's got a pretty decent amount of like mileage under his belt as well. I was looking up his former name is Owai-chan. I want to make sure that I'm not like butchering it, but I don't know if that's. I hope that's not like a name like there's like a forced change there. So if so, my apologies. But Seiya had a pretty decent run over at Evo, right? He was just shy of top 32, if I'm not mistaken. He was also very much so active within like Topanga 6, right? He made it all the way through to like the open qualifiers. He actually beat KB, so maybe that's why he got picked up by the team, like the team leader, right? Being able to take down KB during the qualifier. So a lot of progress that we've seen from his 24 season into 25. I kind of wonder if he's been active outside of like some of the CPTs. Like I haven't really seen a lot of his, I guess, prowess within Japan just yet outside of Topanga and I guess Evo, but I don't really want to count his Evo participation because it was indeed a participation placement. Like it was a very difficult run for him, unfortunately.
I was watching his streams though. He definitely looks like, as strong as we see him on Topanga and other places. Like you could definitely tell he is he's a Chun-Li player. He's one of those ride or die no matter what happens to the character. He's a Chun-Li player no matter what happens. We do get the interview from him. He says, I'm really nervous to be honest, but I'm really excited as well. Teammates told me to get a win as fast as I could. I'll do my best with that. Eita, in all caps, is like really nervous. I thought I was gonna faint, but I completed practice with Chun-Li, so I'm confident. This man is just a jokester, bro. Like he's like, I'm gonna faint. I'm sure Eita, with your years of experience in Street Fighter, just in general, since like what 4 since I've seen and known him at least up to this point in league. All right, bro. But I'm sure he's got a little bit of nerves to be able to put on for his team. He said, I told Daigo about it, but I was told that we Akuma players all say that in terms of being confident in the Chun-Li matchup. What happens on paper doesn't always happen in the match. We'll see what Seiya has to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of agree with some of the Akuma players here. Although Akuma seems to be like the end-all be-all, like so many tools in his arsenal, very much so like contender for top 5 discussion easily. Actually, not even contender, like solidified top 5, right? Chun-Li, funny enough, has pretty decent answers to some of the things that Akuma can present both on the ground and on the air. But the biggest factor also is being able to dish out damage against that 9k health. Chun-Li does have opportunities to do so. But as we look into it, game number 1, Seiya versus Eita. We're already seeing the back and forth, now bringing us all the way back to mid-screen. Eita with a slight life lead.
Stand like trying to find a buffer right after it, trying to find a hit. Eita just walking him down with the projectiles. Big strength for the character. Might have to expend some OD for Seiya. He's holding tight. The throw right after. Back up in the corner. Seiya maybe looking for the range, like perfect parry and drive rush up. Or just do it raw. Hits the overhead. Spinning bird kick for the ender, of course. The normal one. Nice and close for the throw. Wake up OD fireball, really? Like a Ryu player.
So scary to do so. Seiya does have 2 bars of stock. You can see him buffering, right? Eita not in a comfortable position to throw a fireball, but he is comfortable enough to get this conversion off of the lights and spend the drive gauge if necessary. Level 2, clutching it out for Eita off of the single poke from the light.
He was playing an immaculate ground game. Not saying that he ever didn't have footsies before, but wow, the bait though. Let's go for a button. Hard knockdown, drive rush throw. Nice and close up in the corner. This is where things get nasty. Akuma can dish out even more damage, gets more extensions off his combos, a trade. Oh, this man, he confirmed God off the medium. Side switch. A little bit of a mix right there.
Oh, that wasn't even a link. That was back-to-back counter hits. Nice work. Again, changing up the timing. Seiya has actually caught Eita pressing mad buttons towards the end of that round.
Trying to go for the swift thrust, the stand light kicks there to with punish. His counter combo, light in the medium. Spinning bird kick, a lot of Oki after this, and corner carry. Perfect parry the demon flip. If the DPs don't work, go for the innate stuff. A shimmy! It's slight delay enough to call out the throw level 3 incoming. Sit him down with that Soten. Seiya. Very confident game right there. Very confident last round, I should be saying. But honestly, he is playing this pretty damn well on the ground.
He is. I think it's more so against Eita. Like, Eita's been pressing mad buttons on defense, and Seiya's been taking advantage of that the entire way through these last couple of rounds. Like, although Eita had the big bust out with a level 2 in round 1, I think Seiya picking apart the timing from Eita has been pretty significant. Like, I think most of the time, when you're like a seasoned veteran, you kind of want to like show off and impose your will against some of the rookies. You want to see like how often you can get away with pressing buttons. But Seiya's been the complete opposite of that, right? He's been shutting down a lot of these fake button presses from Eita, or at least like these really unfortunate button presses that cause these big counter hits.
That's true. All right, what are we doing with this? Tatsu, wake up reversal. Works out for Seiya this time. Drive rush into blocks. Takes a little bit of a trade right there. Too far out. The medium was able to come through in the clutch. Walks back looking for a punish on a throw or anything like that. With the stand fierce, nothing at all. Perfect pair. Keep the drop gauge up. Seiya. That walk speed and the swift thrust to cut through. Just delays. Could have been more though.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Like, Seiya didn't want to put himself into burnout because he knew he wouldn't kill off of like a level 1 perhaps. So just seeing the punish counter stab was kind of awkward.
Eita though, bringing it back. He's gonna spend all his bar. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's one of the moments where like you don't want to put yourself into burnout or close to it. So we keep the drop gauge up as much as possible. And Akuma can definitely take care of that. Ain't burnout to deal with the animate flank continuously, even though it's slightly nerfed in terms of burnout scenarios. You don't want to be there.
We're starting to see the introductory again, right? The fireballs are going to be what's setting apart the offense between the two. Eita using Akuma's fireball a little bit faster to kind of cover up the approach, and just like that, the footsies get exposed. Low medium kick from Eita to start things off. Demon Raid attempts Seiya into like a possibly like any type of reaction, right? But Seiya was not biting. Actually, finding a back throw was pretty important here.
It's all out. The long drive gauge, perfect parries the fireball, nice and close. You're looking for a button right after. Has to be careful. Got to find the proper range. Last time he did it, he got interrupted with a crouching medium punch. Gotta have the distance. A demon raid in, clips him low once again, expose him. Maybe trying to walk away or stand blocking. Either way, hold this super. Get the bar back. Seiya will expend the bar to get this lead. Keep him caught up in the corner. Almost back in the green. With punish. Knocked off the legs of the DP right after because you're in the corner.
Yo, Eita's still pressing buttons on wake up. I like that. Oh, and still ducking under the instant air legs from the side of Seiya, but OD Tensho not going to be enough to kill.
Oh, he fireball, careful now. Or the walk-up jab, doesn't even need it. The walk speed helps to claim that space. Set point for Seiya.
Ooh. Managing to survive that onslaught too after two pretty significant guesses against Eita, but this is match point for Seiya. Walking it out slightly. I do like the walk speed on both ends, but I like the stab a little bit more now from Chun-Li. Does get the counter hit. Eita still getting his buttons picked apart. Trying to check the walk back, does get the tick throw instead with the back throw. Now, he's gonna enforce his will with the walk speed rather than the fireballs. I like that. That's the forward throw. Trying to lock down with the fierce, backing away, air approach. Nothing just yet from Seiya.
Great fireball, gets a pickup here. That heavy kick, charge up fireball, DP level 3. Build that bar back up. And you get a huge lead. Caught in the corner. That's what Akuma wants. However, level 2 is on the side of Seiya. A bad fireball could lead a side switch, or he'll just try to jump out. You can't leave for free. You gotta pay the toll. More than your quarters.
It's so tough. Ugh. The OD fireball punish against the fierce. That is a classic. Eita, what a veteran, tying it up at least within the games. Seiya was in such a tough spot, right? We don't even just talk about like the life deficit, but more so like even if he landed a significant hit, he was so down in the drive gauge to the point where he would only get like maybe, I want to say like 30%. He didn't have that much super beyond like level 1 or 2 either. So it was kind of like a tough scenario, I think, that Seiya put himself through.
I think for some ranges and some things for Chun-Li, it's harder to have that drop gauge get back up if you're not continuously able to press the issue. Like She's kind of thirstier than other characters in terms of like the drive gauge department. And you're gonna see OD Fireball though. It's good for Seiya. Make him waste that bar. Medium Fierce, OD DP, the big bust out. Quite a bit spent here for Eita. Gotta back off just a little bit to get back in the green.
Yeah, Seiya doesn't really need to push on the gas, right? Eita's already passed the 3-bar threshold, but does expose the low, actually. Eita getting caught, trying to walk around in spaces where he couldn't. Seiya just at the tip of the low medium kick, securing himself match point.
Trying to go that same sort of walk speed, trying to dance with them. Exposed, see the delay right there. Eita, wait for that bust out. Just goes for it, hits the OD. Fat pickup incoming, heavy kick Tatsu, maximize the damage. Committed to the bit, I like that. OD Fireball, no butt just yet here from Seiya.
No response to the Fierce either from Seiya. A little tough to manage. There's the counter hit again, coming in from the sword normal that Chun-Li does have. Crouching heavy punch, trying to force Eita to press buttons, but not this time. Should be not going to be spending the bar. Is he going to regret it?
Level 2.
Probably not. He does have a lot of life. He does have a single hit to give against Seiya. Oh boy. This could be the start of something fresh for Seiya. A single hit now for both, and the counter hit conversion off of the lights coming in from Eita. Final round, both characters fully loaded with cannons.
Comes out of this. One of them is the glass cannon. That damage, a little bit more than what Chun-Li can do. Trying to walk him down. The fireball is preventing that from happening. The throw, no, tech that. Demon Ray making it a little bit more ambiguous of how he wants to come through in the aerial approach, but Seiya does not bite. We haven't seen a bad DP against it just yet, or a bad anti-air. Just a walk back.
Yeah. Eita's doing a really good job too, detaining the pace. Some of these lights within range to kind of force Seiya back, and some of the fireballs a little bit too hard to react with level 2. It's been very difficult. A whole different type of neutral being played from Eita.
Close range fireballs make it a little bit harder to buffer level 2 through. No counter combo there. I guess that counter poke. It's a throw. Commit to the dodge kick, and we finally see him go for an option. It gets perfect parry. Driver's overhead, blocked out. Overhead.
Oh, I thought the pickup was coming. Excellent. That was such a good block from Eita, especially in that semi-scramble. Forward throw. Eita actually a huge sigh of relief off of that throw. No, he tried to drive rush forward. He was playing neutral so well up until that point. He tried to get away with playing extra Street Fighter 6 when he was playing so well up until that one mistake.
One more touch. One more tap. OD Fireball, try to go for, I think, an OD Fireball right there from Seiya. But he can take a trade right now. Anything at this point, perfect parry. 18 seconds on the clock. Time is winding down. You gotta make a big play right here. Try to go for the throw, but the DP will take it. And Seiya takes his first game in Street Fighter League against a veteran.
Man. There was so much going towards in favor of Eita, the way he was dictating the pace a bunch, right? Like, even there was so much time on the board. The life was, I feel like, a little bit in Akuma's favor. He had a lot of estate to kind of like utilize his back walk speed if need be, go back to the initial game plan at round start. Him going for that single drive rush, you know damn well Seiya was looking for it, man.
The handshake, the swift thrust, that has been seen continuously from this cat. He has been able to confirm. And when he doesn't confirm, it's like, as you mentioned, he didn't want to go into burnout that one time, right? He would leave himself so close towards it that it would be a problem for him. Even though he lost that round, it was a matter of hold on to the resources. But by and large, the counter for that, I would have to see on the screen, would probably be a lot for how many times swift thrust had interrupted a drive rush, a dash up, a button, whatever it may be. It's a big part of his game plan. There are moments where Eita played really well. I like him playing a lot more ground and a lot less risky than we're usually seeing Eita play, like going for like OD Fireball to do things, but again, Seiya with the proper calls. It felt like he was like walking with Eita. When Eita would walk back, he would walk back. He would keep in that range that he wanted to be and catch what Eita's trying to do and get predictive with it, reactive. 20 points. We could be getting an extra game, or we could be getting a 40 sweep from Nagoya.
That's kind of wild to say. Like, when we talk about like the previous performances from like Nagoya NTPOJA, them starting off this strong just gives me a lot of hope for the season, right? I don't want to like, I guess, be too antsy because we've always been like open to heartbreak in that fashion, but it does feel good to see some of these teams like really come together, not even just with their characters or their teams, but really like acclimating themselves to the system of Street Fighter 6, right? Seeing Seiya call Eita's habits out towards the end, like trying to play the system, was a huge sigh of relief, letting me know that like even some of the rookies are ready for some of the big shenanigans that does happen in this game. But this is going to be pretty significant. I actually haven't been able to see a lot of Otani nor Urio this season. Like I follow Urio on his streams majority of the time. But in terms of like CPT, I actually haven't been able to check Urio. On the offhand, I feel like Otani hasn't really been able to show off as much. Like I know he was at the EWC Last Chance qualifier. He definitely fell short to Matsu 0-2 against the Kimberly. I know for sure he was at EVO Japan, but it wasn't like the best performance for him. And I know that he's also trying to be active in like the World Warrior thus far. So I'm just a little iffy towards the way that Otani's been playing this season. Like in season 1 of Street Fighter 6, he was like easily the top 3 Kens to watch, right? He was winning so many different qualifiers, made his way through the Street Fighter League Japan for the very first season. I felt like he was the breakout star of season 1 outside of Kakeru, right? Very, very early on in Street Fighter 6. So I wonder how he's kind of shaped up thus far with that Ken.
Whatever energy he had in season 1 where he beat Tokido, he brought it back from the break. It was like final game, final round, and or at least the final round for him. Tokido was about to win, and he brought that back. His timings on defense were immaculate. I need to see that Otani. That Otani needs to come back. Now, I caught his stream, and as I said prior, he's been dabbling in the Terry. Now, I know Shoyu Sengen has briefly mentioned on Twitter, and I'm starting to kind of see it a little bit, that Jamie does well against Ken. I need to see more of that matchup, but I can see where he's coming from in some regards in terms of like the pokes and things like that. The spacings that Jamie would like to play at, it seems like it can be kind of favorable for the character sometimes. So I'm starting to see a little bit of the vision for that. So having Urio come up is a good pick, and he can switch to Chun-Li if need be. Like if things do go bad, then you have an actual matchup that a lot of people have said Chun-Li players love to see, and Ken players love to not have to play. So Otani says, I really respect Urio, but if I don't get 20 points, it's over. He says, I'm over, but I think he also means it's over. But it might be, you know, say it's over for him in the way that he feels. It doesn't matter about the extra game, it's over. Oh, never mind. He said it's over. So the mentality is you have to win. Forget the extra game, forget any of that. I need to win for my team right now. I like that pressure that he's putting on. Is he going to be able to stand up to the task of fighting like some Urio? We're going to have to see, because Urio, the one stream I did catch, I haven't got to catch a lot of his streams. I feel like they're, as Street Fighter League starts up, becoming more and more rare. But man, the one stream, that guy was a lab rat. He plays in the lab like he plays the game. Just focus, just practicing. Hey, what's up, chat? How you guys doing? Okay, back to the practicing. I'm like, dang, the amount of focus that he puts on for the character that he plays, for the matchups and things like that, to grind this game out, next level. So Urio says we're in a bad situation, but Takagi, you want to play today, right? I'll let you play today. I don't know if you want that to happen, bro. I don't know if you want that to happen.
No, I mean, of course he wants it to happen, right? Like, if he takes down this W, it's tie game. He wants to make sure he at least keeps the team alive, right? So, honestly, if you were really about that life, you let Takagi play in the anchor spot, right? You're like, yo, come through and prove your worth, right? In a 3 out of 5 set against Otani's Ken. I personally would love to see Blanca versus Ken. I think that's totally fire for the rookie, honestly.
Oh, that would be fun. And the Blanca players said they don't like it, but, you know, I feel like I've seen a lot of Blanca players win that matchup. Plus, again, he's been that team starter scenario. Either way, if Urio gets this win, Takagi will come out to play in the last match against Mochi. But right now, we're focused on this. Will it be a 40-game sweep? Otani on the Ken, Jamie on the side of Urio. Let's get it.
Knocking on the door immediately after that drive rush, had to keep himself safe and apply the throw strike mix off of that crouching jab, obviously, right? We do get the punish counter. Good call out there from Otani. Immediate arrowhead, we like that from Urio.
Uh-oh. Got parry, got toss, drive impact. Stand fierce in the Gen Rise where the damage getting dumped out for Ken, or he's gonna get the most access really. Backs up for the anti-air, perfectly done. Steal some drive gauge as well. It's all gone now.
I'm thoroughly surprised that Urio actually tried to go for a button, right? Like Otani, he was already locking Urio up while in burnout, right? I feel like maybe forcing resources from Otani would have been just fine. I guess it was just like a matter of death.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Urio knew he was gonna die anyway, so he tried to press the button. But like, why not build meter for yourself, right?
Get a little something, something. Stand fierce to the Gen Rai. Spacing out the Wrecking. He goes for it full. Gets the toe tap, gets the stand fierce. And knowing that button has been played as a whip punch, so a perfect parry on the drive rush. Season 1 Dragon Lash. We've seen that before. Ready for it. Urio with the arrow up in the corner. Doesn't go for the drink. He goes for the dash up. Keeps the pressure on. Yeah, you don't have to go for drinks all the time. You can get him up in the corner.
Oh. I wonder if that was an attempt to do dive kicks too.
Yeah.
This time Urio.
I think so.
Jinrai backing away. Otani trying to catch Urio sleeping, walking forward to get the perfect parries. Urio's big chilling, right? He's got 3 drinks. He's got 3 bars. A single hit confirm can spell disastrous for Otani. Actually, same with both ends, right? They only need a single hit confirm.
Especially now for Otani. Not that much drive gauge necessary. But these poke buttons will whip punishable, like stand meter kick, heavy kick from Jamie. Even though they have a lot of reward, have a lot of risk behind them. Drive rush, the low, the typical stuff from Otani. From Kid should be the win here. Level 3, catch the cutscene. Could have ended with level 1, but you know what? Make a statement.
Ended with any super. Honestly, just as long as it's a super. Nice work from Otani. Getting the first game on the board. Looking rather seasoned. I do like that. Like, one of the biggest things that I do appreciate are the Ken players trying to still find their worth with the character in like high stakes competition, right? Like we do kind of harp on this a good amount within like the North American scene. We do kind of talk about like Ken's current placement, quote unquote, but overall, I think like the tool set that he does have still makes him quite the contender, right? Like I think out of all the Shotos, I still think he has the most convenient and easiest corner carry. Like those routes that he gets and how often he gets them, and also side switches are pretty damn important. And I think he gets it like the easiest out of all the characters.
That means he gets his win condition the easiest. In terms of like a straightforward win condition, I feel like he gets that easier than most. Is the pressure in the corner less than what it used to be? Yes. Is the drive gauge damage less than what it used to be? Yes. However, the character is still effective. As you mentioned, it's good to see people just sticking with the character and still finding worth. We've seen players switch from Ken and not do work. You know, we've seen players be like, oh, I have to go somewhere else. And they're like, dang, maybe I have to go back to Ken. You know, as I mentioned, Otani has been playing other characters. He's been testing them. But you see the tried and true right here. For his place out and the way that he wants to play, it's going to be the Ken. And we're maybe seeing a switch here. They did go for a little bit of a meetup right there, the team talk, and it's going to be the Chun-Li. As mentioned, it's like, okay, if the Jamie's not working out, we know this matchup is better. Her footsies are better. The fireball pressure can be better than what the fireballs are presented from Ken's, because those are more pokes.
Yeah, you're starting to see a whole different type of demeanor now from Otani, right? Really trying to fish for a lot of these counter hits. Not really going to fly. So now forcing himself into like the OD uppercut just to make sure Urio doesn't get the advantage of the corner was a pretty significant deal. Like, despite being in a 3-bar threshold now for Otani, he wasn't in that situation earlier. So I think now he's going to have a lot more freedom to try to push Urio back now that Urio is looking a little dry from the drive gauge, but we'll see how it goes. Chun-Li can still hold her own pretty well, and I like that drive rush forward. Otani's getting a lot of success with these drive rushes going in against Urio.
100%. I like how the fact he's using that as like a whip punish tool. Like, if I can't get against the character, I'll drive rush up. Push counter throw, stand fierce, burn out on both sides. That's going to be it after the chip. Otani saving the drive gauge. If he can't get in with his buttons normally and they're going to whip, use the drive rush jab to whip punish.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, Otani's gotten away with it a bunch. Nice call out against the parry. Getting some of the run stop shenanigans in against Urio. Already down to 50%.
There is the full momentum. That toe tap. Drive impact does get the splat. Perfectly done by Pixels. No PT, no DP level 3, excuse me, just yet. For that confirmed at level 2. To do it.
Oh, you walk forward just a little bit too much. Otani trying to intimidate Uryo. Not a big punish counter conversion. Not too bad against from the side of Otani, I should say. Yeah, you know, even with this level 2, Otani is still sitting pretty nicely with his life lead.
Able to walk up confidently, get the kill. Otani, game point for him. He's just waiting for Uryo to see what he's gonna do. And we've seen Uryo already try to play like the second. You know, he's playing second after some of these scenarios. So Otani took that space that was given to him after that happened and took his victory. And Ken, man, he's still cooking in a matchup that once again is difficult. You find ways to play around it. He's using drive rush to play around it, using variants off the drive rush to establish like the throw and button game. He's waiting for you to whip something. He's waiting for you to play second and then walk up and encroach that space. No drive rush necessary at the very end. Final game, and we're looking a little bit lost right now.
Yeah, that was pretty smart too to kind of like take advantage of Uryo's matchup knowledge. I think throwing out that fireball was 100% intentional from the side of Otani to eliminate the threat of a lingering level 3. I think you would move much more differently, getting rid of a level 2 and being able to encroach the space afterwards, because you know Uryo was not going to spend the rest of that bar, right? He wasn't going to like do anything else outside of like a slight continuation. And even so, it's like you look at how much drive gates Otani has on recovery. Uryo would be the one at risk trying to enforce Oki, trying to enforce immediate afterwards, right? So I think that was really smart, forcing Otani forcing the meter usage from Uryo in that last instance in the game.
Kind of crazy to say, like, sometimes it's okay to get hit and make them waste their bar at the bottom, so you have to deal with something worse later on. And as you mentioned, like, he already had the health lead, so he was chilling and cooling up in the corner. He had to go for a parry attempt, but honestly, he could have just blocked out, took a throw, and reset back to neutral. Obviously, she has other things in the corner that you have to worry about, but either way, Otani is cool. And I feel like whenever I look at his defensive choices in the corner, they're some of the best. That's one of the reasons why he won against Tokido in the first season, why he was such a strong contender in one of the first seasons, is because he doesn't really panic in the corner that much. I feel like he has the right reads on defense with the DPs, with the buttons catching you walking back. He's willing to like walk up instead of being obvious like a drive rush or a bad jump or whatever it may be. He's very stable in defense when he gets up in the corner. It feels like that's almost his home. And now he's looking to home some 40 points for his team, because this is the final game in Uryo. Gotta do something soon. I want to see Takagi play. Just to let Takagi play and see more games, I want to see him get that W.
Back into the Jamie. I know you had your wish and request there, Sankola, but I don't know, brother. It was looking kind of rough in the first game. Switching between like Chun-Li and then back into Jamie, that's got to be kind of tough. The big counter poke, getting himself out of the corner. Otani letting the big crouch medium punch rock for Ken. This forward throw is going to be everything. Just chipping away at the drive gauge from Uryo is going to be so significant now. Just locking him in the corner too. Just a couple of those heavies are enough to force Jamie back a bunch, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a point where he had the stand medium kick, could have drove rush up, but he would have been in burnout. Interruption against the drive rush. Has him caught up in the corner. Poking with the jabs, not overextending too much. Otani interrupting everything, palms, drive rushes, it all. One more touch, could DI if he wants to. Uryo, try a neutral jump, maybe try to catch a drive rush up. We'll get a punish, too close for comfort. Goes for the 2 drinks. Drink, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, like, St. Cola had the right read. If you manage to just throw out a drive impact against Uryo trying to fish for normals, you would force like a drive rush cancel into like whatever, right? Because he can't DI back.
No health. Otani on set point. All the bar to work with. Parry there. We'll parry after the second hit. Knockdown with the arrow. I think, yeah, you had to prioritize the drinks because I feel like the exchanges are not in favor of Uryo. He doesn't have the damage just yet. Punish incoming. Drink. 2 now. Dive kick and Pakai spin.
Yeah, I think those 2 alone are going to be pretty significant. You see the dive kick. Not going to go for level 3. Going for the Oki instead. We get the side switch. A little bit of a stagger afterwards to get the follow-up juggle. The 3rd drink off of the sweep. Now within range to do maybe a frame trap or even a command grab. If we even see that happen. Oh, no. How many buttons are you pressing? Being able to sneak in. Yeah, Uryo was getting counter hit for his life and now has to pay it in full with the Unk check. No level 3 from Otani. That could have been it. He could have just done Jin right to level 3. And he pays for it.
Won.
He absolutely
100%. Oh my God. That was it right there. Otani, unfortunately, drop. Do not let Uryo get his bag. He's got bar at the bottom to expend. Might see a level 2 activation. Maybe level 3 once things get nasty enough and he's depleted enough of Otani's life to get the follow-ups from the corner. You gotta get those drinks, I think, before any of that happens. There we go, off the Rekkas. Going for the swing of the sauce. Dash up super through the fireball. And he's gonna set him after this. Get the drop gauge. We're gonna go for damage. We're gonna go for like a little reset. What are we doing? Driver scratch, fierce, palm, sweep, swig.
No option select against the whip throw. No arrow kick, nothing, not a normal. Still at 2 drinks though. Urio now trying to be in control of this corner. A lot of chip damage towards the drive gauge. You see the roundhouses, you see the fierces as well, but Otani still holding his ground. A single hit to get him out of the corner perhaps, but crouching medium punch, not gonna serve him any justice just yet. Punish counter, spend the rest of your bar. Urio, you have to clutch it out here. Is level 1 enough? It has to be, right? With the continuation, we got it. Signs of life for Urio.
Out of hospice. He's walking. He's still alive. Urio, I like that at the very end, he was like, you can't press a medium after this sequence to counter poke. I know what you're about to do. I'm gonna press my button and whip punish you. Urio bringing it back, but unfortunately, Otani, he had the game. It was right there in his hands. All you gotta do is go into the super, but it's easier said than done when the pressure's on you. You're in a team-based scenario, even more weight than per usual in a singles tournament. You gotta clutch out for your team and get 40 points, but this is one of those things where it's like make or break, right? Like if you have that mistake, you got to bring it back and say, listen, that may have happened, but it won't happen again. I'll get the dub, get the win from that team, and move on from this. It won't be an issue. But that also gives Urio, or it gave Urio actually a chance to bring it back from the brink and find his route, his game plan. Let me get more drinks. Let me have more of the dive kicks that even if they're not hitting, you have to worry about trying to counter poke with that crouching medium kick. We've seen Otani walk up crouching medium kick. We've seen that as a very classic poke for Ken. What stops that? Dive kicks do.
I actually do want to double check that. Like, even if it doesn't kill, I still think it puts him in a great positional advantage to land that super, right? Even if Otani is not in critical art territory, if you get a hit like that while Urio's in the corner with that much of a life lead, I think you should spend it regardless.
I agree, 100%. Like, we've seen Otani walk back and be able to challenge people for jumping and things like that, control the corner. His corner defense is great, but his control of the corner also is really great too. So you could have had that comfortability that you've been known for your game plan to have.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he didn't spin it. So, like, I don't know if it's hesitation or a drop, but I agree. Spin, 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 spin.
Yeah, like with how much we've seen Ken kind of control the corner with just heavies alone, like you're already doing damage off of the drive gauge. You're doing significant damage to the health. You have the life lead. Everything is pretty much in your favor. You just have to let it rock.
Back into it. Urio, ride or die with the Jamie. Take back the turn after the overhead, but we're gonna hit the ODDP. Swig. Yeah, a lot more immediacy to get those strings from Urio, and I do like that. Gotta get to level 2. Perfect parry. Punish. We're going for the Rekkas. Yes, of course. End it with the swig of the sauce.
Yeah, we need more sauce on the plate, honestly. We gotta get some of the seasoning up. There you go! The arrow kicks on the other side, and we force the big button against Otani. Standing medium punch is such a great ender. Sorry, a great starter, my bad.
Yo, you see the recovery. Urio able to get the dive kick. Bolt with the parry, the super to finish it, the pop off. Urio. Uh-oh, he's starting to feel a little bit more.
Yes!
The world's getting spicy.
Feel that funk, man. You gotta get him in that b-boy stance sooner rather than later. Urio, the signs of life from that previous game, now really coming through here in game number 4.
Taking more reward of that same medium kick. Being able to have bar to drive rush right after. The stand fierce, also claiming a lot of space. 5 frame with the quickness. Double 10 side kick. Sweep. Take a drink. Back throw on the wake up throw. Otani has the positional advantage. He just commits. Urio just commits. This guy is unleashed.
Good. He's seeing the frames. Good. Let him establish those traps now from against Otani, right? Now you got the full jug filled all the way up. Liquid courage, now fully intact. Spend the rest of it. Urio tying it up. Otani now in the hot seat. This is actually going to be pretty scary. Urio is sauced up.
My man Urio moving right now in that seat. He knows what's happening. The stand medium kicks are going and flowing. He's been able to keep his drive gauge up so that the conversions happen more often. You saw him play stand fierce up with a corner, a quicker button, so Otani couldn't press the crouching medium kick or something from him that'd be a little bit longer. all tied up. ODDP on the gen right, just get a swig. That's a big benefit for him. Uh-oh, got a little too greedy. I have to cut you off, sir. I'm sorry.
He thought, yeah, you're gonna have to leave, sir. It's 10 in the morning. Like, what are you doing over here, man? Happy hour? It's breakfast time, man.
Got a problem. Take the rope.
Well, let me be fair. It's definitely like the evening time in Japan, so my bad, gang. You're right.
That's true. That's true. Careful throwing these fireballs. The trade. The Records doesn't go for the full one. Again, he's just harassing continuously.
Ooh.
Back walks in, a stand fierce, the shimmy, the finesse, and plus, we're about to send this man to rest. Or to put him to bed.
We do get the big stop against the drive rush. No conversion. Otani kind of choking up a storm. To call it how it is, he's been dropping a lot of significant stuff. We do get the punish counter. We do get the swig off of the sweep. I like that. Trying to steal frames with the free flow strikes. Yeah, a little bit too committed, right?
Bust out works out here for Uryo. 2. That Bakai spin. Could even activate level 2 if he wants to, or maybe go for like level 3 if he finds the hits. Extra throw, gonna get that bar juiced up for the green gauge. Otani has such a big lead. Ends the turn after the OD palm.
Yeah, the free flow could have been into the Devil's Song too, if need be, to kind of like enforce the mix with plus frames. But I like this. We get a safe jump after this.
Side switch. DP not gonna spin the bar, of course. He's waiting for the dive kick. Catches him low with the crouch unit kick, and this is gonna be it. Final game, final round. Bar at the bottom. Who's got the spiciest drink right now?
Oh, that actually stopped the Fierce. I think that was the start of a Fierce, if I'm not mistaken, from the side of Uryo.
That makes sense. And that button a lot from him.
Oh, we're trying to guess parry now from Uryo, trying to steal a turn away from Otani. And Otani, yeah, backing away, doesn't want to overextend. I like that trade combo now for Uryo. Checking the drive rush against Otani. Is he going to go for it again? He's still able to throw out these fireballs, right? Uryo does not have Bakai available to flow on through against it.
I don't think he'll spin level 3 for it either. Nice throw up against the drive rush. That Sammy kick is a stop sign tool. Puts him up in the corner. Level 2 now. My man is playing turns right after he whipped the freeform strikes. The Rekkas from his face, the toe tap. And as soon as he tried to walk away, so he says, I'm not done with you. Level 3 incoming. Give me the drive gauge back and let me take some of yours.
Almost in critical condition for Uryo, right, in terms of the drive gauge deficit. Otani, no! Uryo tried to drive rush forward? No way! Otani trying to get away with Dragon Lashes, threading the gap in between with a level 3, but the juggle's not going to be as impactful, I don't think. I lied to you. That was sick.
Oh,
he ran the
underneath
dive
the
kick like a... What in the world is that? No way! You tried to go for a run and tried to chip. How? I don't even think run DP would have been enough to chip against Uryo. Are you kidding me? Uryo waking up with low medium kick knowing full well Otani made the error. Not like this, bro. Are you kidding me? Otani actually had it in the bag so many times, man. That's actually crazy. He tried to go for the chip damage the wrong way. First with the Dragon Lashes, leaving a fat gap, and then with the run into the DP that probably wouldn't have killed. I don't even know how much life is left. But when we see the replay,
I don't think enough.
we'll definitely know. That's wild. I want to see how much life is left. I want to see someone kind of dissect that too if they have their consoles open. My God. No.
Bro, that...
Not
what's,
like this.
Again, crazy is that wasn't the only time Otani had it. Before he literally had it with the combo. That was, I mean, he could have hit the super. It led to this, a Scrabble scenario at the very end, where he was able to take it again. Bro, oh my God. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that moment. I'm waiting for that moment too. I need to see. This is sick. Driver's command grab, of course. Have the opening and having more drink speeds, more damage, more access to more moves that can fight the character. Yeah, would have been enough. Run DP would not have been enough.
That's tough. When I see it, I feel like it might be, but it's still like a really hard call. Even so, like the timing from Otani was just so suboptimal. to force that chip damage, right? Like, he still had some drive gauge to him, so he didn't have to fear getting chipped himself. Like, even from that range, I think he still would have had a positional advantage to force Udio to make a mistake while in burnout. But forcing the error like that, I will say was quite suboptimal.
All that weight, man. He said, if I lose, it's over. Like, that might have been a little bit too much because these are these are drops I don't typically see from Otani. Like, these are very odd drops I don't typically see from him, especially in moments where he needs to close it out. You've seen him do it before in League, but maybe the weight of being at like the first game in the anchor position in terms of that might have been too much. But from all this, we do get the extra match finally coming through. Takagi, it's time for you to play. Again, if you're the fourth member, you've been sitting out, it's extra match, it's your time to shine.
Bro, I can't believe my man went 0-3. It was a reverse sweep, by the way. Like, he took out the Jamie, he took out the Chun counter pick, and then Udio was like, you know what? I got this. I'm fine. That is quite the deficit to come back from.
It's a lot. Very unfortunate. Maybe it's good that we don't have to have the other players play again for the final position, because it gives them a chance to like cool off. And you know, sometimes we see them going a little bit too upset, like, oh, I gotta get my run back, and sometimes it works out, but sometimes it don't. Takagi is going to be coming up against the newcomer from last season, Mochi, who, after watching him from this season and what I've seen at least on CFN from him, he's looking really good. That Akuma is looking really good. It feels like he's played other games where he kind of explode after like 2 or 3 interactions. So he feels very comfortable playing Akuma. And you let that comfortability for someone that plays other games like that with this sort of Akuma, and he's been able to optimize a lot more with the character and feel more confident just walking people down. It's a good mixture. It's a good mixture. Takagi, though, as you mentioned, has been in a lot of team-based scenarios, so I don't think the weight's going to be too much on him. It's a different sort of weight, but at least he has a baseline to operate. Mochi says, I haven't played in the league for a while, but I just need to do my best. If it's going off the CFN, he might be doing just fine.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We talked about Takagi's most recent accolades and participation in regards to, like, not necessarily CBT, but a lot of the team format exhibitions that he's been a part of, and actually making quite the impressive run, right? Obviously, we have more of that information coming in from the chat. We had briefly mentioned it earlier. Actually, we took a lot of time to kind of mention it because we want to make sure that the rookies get their time to shine. And not even just through words of their accomplishments, but also in-game, right? With Udio and that big reverse sweep, allowing Takagi to play and also fulfilling his promise, that's a pretty big deal. We do get the big rookie coming in from CAG Osaka with the Blanca. I'm very, very excited. And also, Takagi, he's pretty excited as well. He's really happy he's going to be able to play today. That is for sure. And he guarantees the win.
I like that energy, like coming through, like, you know what, I'm just happy to play this game at the highest level and get that W for my team. Like, it's a different sort of energy that we've seen from the other players who are like, I'm nervous, hope I can win, yada yada. He's like, I will win. But we see what happens to somebody saying that I will win in a different sort of fashion. Either way, though, you know, Takagi, honestly, I've seen him play a little bit of the Akumas every so often. He has a really good game plan. He's really reactive against the fireballs, which you should be. And it's kind of hard because, like, Akuma's fireballs are so fast, like the heavy one's so fast, and he has the variants, level 2 charge up. Takagi feels like every time I watch him play like the Akumas, he's able to slide pretty perfectly. I feel like his slide ratio against the fireballs is like 8 out of 10, which is really good because Akuma players throw out a lot of fireballs. That lets him get in and get aggressive, because otherwise, neutral is kind of hard. There are ways to get effective against the character in the neutral, because your crouching medium punch can outrange some things, but then the snap kick from Akuma comes through, you got to worry about that. You got to worry about the forward fierce and stand fierce. I think the neutral is good for Akuma overall. The fireballs, so you have to have that anti-fireball play on lock no matter what.
I think it's rather difficult too, right? Like, Akuma has like some of the faster fireballs amongst the Shotos, right? Like, and also being able to change it up, being able to hold it if need be. I think Blanca still does a pretty good job against it, right? Like, from certain ranges, he could still crouching medium punch trade. Even some of like the lengthier normals that he does have to trade against it. I think any trade that Akuma takes, like with his fireball against a normal, it's always going to benefit the other person just because of the life deficit, right? So I think overall, Blanca does a pretty good job in at least that part of the strategy. However, in terms of like trying to get pressure off of him, I feel like he's got less at risk. You know, like if you land a big reversal against Akuma's pressure, like that's a lot of damage against Akuma, and also you get to reset neutral, right? Let's say like OD Blanca ball comes in, not Blanca ball, sorry, OD up ball comes in for Blanca. Like I think he's totally fine being able to play that neutral dance a lot more, and depending on how much meter the Blanca player has, I think that sets him up nicely for a level 2 install. Like level 2 install is probably the bane of existence of a lot of characters. It's definitely applicable towards the Akuma matchup, right?
Even more so because I feel like where they did nerf it from last season, where it was so strong, or even season 1, excuse me, where it's such a two-touch sort of interaction, it's not like that anymore, but it might be for Akuma. We've seen some nasty interactions from the and other Blanca players as well, so it can be like that. It can feel like that season 1 sort of style. And Takagi, I feel like he's like a good mix of everything. I feel like he's got a good mix of good neutral. He understands the mix with level 2. He keeps the drive gauge up as much as possible. He has a really good game plan against a lot of characters. I feel like he is putting points everywhere, where some of the Blanca players might put more in the mix. Some might put more in the bully department, like Mina RD. I mean, obviously Mina's got mixed, but you know, he obviously more on the offensive side of things.
He hella has mixed,
so
sure.
it's good. I mean, yeah, bro, that level 2 stuff, and how he kills the drive gauge. But Takagi is also similar in some regards to taking away the drive gauge. And if you do that against Akuma, that is going to be looking bad for him. Because once again, you open him up, drive impact, he can't hold the damage right after that. So I'm curious to see what Mochi's going to bring to the table. Playing other games gives you a different look on how to play a new game, a new fighting game that comes out, or that you're new to as well. If you're able to disassociate what a game should be, what Street Fighter should be, because you don't have any preconceived notions. You're like, hey, I'm brand new. I don't think it needs to be this, or this character needs to be this way. I just come in fresh, and it's all my willpower.
I think that's a fair assessment. Like if you've never really been placed in an Akuma matchup prior to Street Fighter 6 and trying to like dissect it off of like the matchups you do watch or try to play on ranked, you do have a different type of perception towards it. So I do like that kind of premise, and I do like that kind of promise coming in as the new guy, right? Takagi gets to, I guess, reinvent the way, potentially get to reinvent like the way the matchup gets to play as Blanca. But we'll see. I mean, it really depends on how much Mochi has kind of practiced against some of the other Blanca players out there. I think out of all the characters that we do get to see out in Japan, I still think Blanca and Dalsim, Manon as well, are like heavily underutilized.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe Sim a little bit less, but honestly, Sim is underutilized everywhere. Like I think there's the most in Japan, but that's like by like 1 or 2. Like that's like by a large margin. And Manon players, it's just is it Arugawa, and that's really about it, really.
Tachikawa?
And Blanca players, oh yeah, Tachikawa. My bad. I'm sorry, Tachikawa. My mistake. Sorry, production also is like, yo, by the way, Tachikawa. I'm sorry. Tachikawa,
That's
don't
crazy.
Get at me. I'm sorry,
That's our boy, man.
That's our homie.
Come on,
He'll be like,
man.
I heard that, bro.
He's
But
he
for Blanca
definitely
players-
speaks English, so he'll definitely come out and be like, yo, I heard what you said.
Someone hit you with the level 2 mix-up. All right, we're gonna get into it. Finally,
He's gonna get all 5 medals on you, bro.
Please don't. Too much damage. All right, we're gonna dump it out here. Mochi, Takagi. Extra player match, first of 2.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's not like a straight up 1-1 this time around, right? We get to see a full set play out. And it's, for what it's worth, pretty significant. I love that, by the way, jump fierce, kind of knock him down immediately. We got little fella, electricity. Let it rock.
For the right time. Oh. Changing for the time for the air fireball. Made it difficult to get that jump fierce. As you mentioned, you get the Oki right after that. You're nice and close. Too far out to get that on block. A lot of aerial pressure and a lot of resets you see from Mochi. Go for the Demon Raid, the guillotine.
Yeah. A little awkward too, coming in from the side of Takagi. The way he's been moving too, I think he's been too reactive to what Mochi's doing rather than being proactive in this matchup.
You're 100% right. You see him trying to go into the air with him continuously, but the variance that Akuma can do makes it difficult. And I like that fireball punch that we had with the overhead. Mochi hit him with the Takamura. Try to go for it again, this time grounded, blocked out from Takagi. Staying difficult, staying fierce, interrupts, resets the pressure. That button is doing mad work right now. Clocked in.
We do get the fists coming in now. Mochi is looking rather comfortable. See, being able to spend it here, surely it doesn't kill, but look at how much advantage you get, especially in the corner. You get control, you get to force the burnout. Bang, should be more than enough. No, he lets Takagi rip with the level 2. A little bit of a charity, perhaps.
Let him stay alive. Drive reversal and burnout, but one option. Level 1, catches the recovery of the crouch fears. It's a one touch, and that gets it done. Again, you put him in a scenario, as you mentioned, where it's a one touch. It doesn't matter if it kills or not. You have the advantage right there. You just have to hit him with one fast fireball, those longer limbs. And you see him even before that, Mochi ruling the neutral with that stand fierce so continuously. Takagi trying to dash up. Mochi catching him before that could even happen. Game point.
Trying to find the aggression. Takagi getting the big openers back to back with the drive rush. He's settling down now. He's trying to wait for his approach. Already looking to close the gap with a couple of dashes too so far. Now we see Takagi moving a little bit different, at least with the air ball, but Mochi standing his ground, being real patient about it.
Oh, played a button after back medium kick. Tasu toss towards the corner, the overhead blocked out, but not the throw though. I mean, you can't block a throw. TK, yeah, too many throws, opens him up, has that extra defensive option, side switch as well. But he still can't get a handle against the fireballs. The comfortability is kind of lost right now because Mochi keeps switching it where he is standing, and the buttons as well. Plus frame city, the throw, eat him up.
Okay. A lot of bars spent, but you know what? Around. Takagi's feeling himself, he's yelling. Very vocal, I like that.
I think you seen the Blanca noises?
What is he, yipes? Just I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. That'd be kind of sick.
It would be. Gotta get in the mood. Drive rush overhead, block that again. The buttons right after though. Counter combo. Tatsu not gonna spin the bar just yet. No level 3. May not even need it. The bust up, that's fine. Mochi still in the lead. Will backdash, walk up, throw. That walk speed is incredible.
He's trying to hover around the range. Damn, he went for the slide raw. Oh, the overhead. I don't even know if that hit Mochi crouching with the way the animation turned out, to be honest with you. This actually is pretty huge. Takagi actually gets the rest of it. We're on the board. I don't know what Mochi tried to do on Wake Up, but it definitely wasn't it. He tried to move, and he got absolutely smoked by Takagi.
He tried to jump because his feet were off the ground, but it didn't matter. Yagi with the pressure at the level 2. Way better about, we saw a perfect parry in the slide. Even the raw sweep definitely worked out for him. Catching the walk of Mochi, even before that crouching medium kick. Final game between the two. Now, that defense has been so good in the corner. Tested, the lights, checking and challenging Mochi from coming in. Toss him. Oh, counter hit, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, buttons on Wake Up from the side of Takagi. I do like Mochi when he's able to get Akuma's pressure going in the corner. But we'll see if Takagi has the neutral. Drive rush introduction first. Not ready for the fireball. No reactions just yet with the Amazon River run. Crouching medium punch, an excellent tool. This is gonna be a big bait and even bigger damage. I like that. Not quite level 2 territory just yet. You bait this out, right? You sure do. Yo, you can put him at match point. No, you dropped. He was too anxious for the combo, Cola.
Let it be you. Up in the corner with a bar to your name. Akuma can dish it out. He's got his drive gauge in the green. Trying to go for the throw. The Wake Up super takes us the final game, final round. Clutch. If that would have blocked, you'd have been dropped out. However, for your team, can you get these remaining points overhead to start things off?
This is a Blanca start, Cola. Ain't no way Mochi's gonna survive this without a big risk taken. Little fella, come out to help. Electricity. What's the mix? You gotta play that out. Yes, sir. Get the overhead. Sorry, get the option select. Excuse me.
Jump back, the fadeaway does get the 2-piece. Jump fears. Drive rush instead of going for the -4 fireball. Interruption, the fake out. The jump back again. Spinning all the bar to get in. Takagi getting aggressive. Almost a one-touch scenario. Walk up, crouch, even kick. It was going to be hard to punish at that distance for Blanca. Very short. Trying to play air in air, the jump fears. Back throw.
You hit it! And he still jumps around like a wild man. Takagi, with his debut in a Street Fighter League Pro-JP, gets his team the first big W of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, CAG Osaka coming from the brink of defeat. Clutch, thy name is Takagi.
This cat was the perfect pick. You see the wild not mild style that he's got going on. Once he got comfortable, once he got in his bag, he was screaming, he was making Blanca noises, he was going crazy. That's what the guy you want to see right there. That's the one we probably see in team tournaments. We're seeing out here in the professional league. Uriel, before that, set him up for success. He said, I'll take the rest. Man, this kid is, if you're any other team right now, even in other divisions, because it's possible they get out, you gotta be watching for this kid right here. You gotta be watching for this cat right here. This guy is sick. And he did the pop off too, got off the chair. He said, I don't care if I can't move that far. I'm popping off. Man.
Pretty goated. Pretty goated for his debut match, right? You could see how much pressure is coming through from just this tournament in general, right? To have that much emotion and elation on the very first match and to like set the pace that way it says a lot of how much he really cares about this. I'm glad that he's showing this exact emotion. I'm glad that he's crying for it because it just shows how important this means to him, right? It shows like, I don't know how ready I was up until this point, and now that I've gotten the W against an established veteran who's been here before, it affirms that I belong here. And I think that message is way more important than the win.
100%. Like being able to showcase that you deserve to be out here, not only for your team, but for other teams, for people watching, rooting for you, is going to be bigger than getting points for your team. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Osaka was able to take it 30-20, but this is a big statement to have your rookie take the W. Mochi wasn't too far behind in a few scenarios. Maybe could have did more of the air fireball, saw a lot of jump pierces. I don't know if he was trying to go for the air to air because that does the same thing that Blanca wants to do. However, it didn't matter. Takagi stays stable in a Scrabble scenario, in a peg scenario, and takes it. And also, there was a stat that we saw that was actually pretty impressive, especially for your very first run. 4 out of 4 DPs all hit from Takagi. All of them hit, all the reversal DPs hit. So his reads were getting better and better and immaculate, getting better against the fireballs as we saw. It feels like if he's in his back, he might be hard to stop. CAG Osaka, 30-20 right now, beautifully done.
I love that. I love that for this team. It was looking kind of rocky, seeing Fenrich not deliver to the potential that he was looking forward to as the team captain, right? You want to lead by example. Eita, as impressive as his run was, I mean, it came down to the final game, final round. I love that Seiya got his W in his debut, but Eita kind of letting it all fold and not playing the pace that he wanted to towards the end was kind of like a big bite against him. But the way that it finished, it was pretty much like art. It was pretty much like cinema. Like Uriel getting the big reverse 3-0, Takagi getting the big W, the big reads against Mochi with the movement utilized from Blanca. I'm thoroughly excited to see how this pans out for these two teams specifically, right? So nice call from both the team and the individuals. And what's crazy is it's not even the last match of the day. We still got a whole set to play with the headliners, right? We got Good 8 Squad and Crazy Raccoon coming up next. This is gonna be kind of sick.
Told y'all that this action out here, Street Fighter League Japan, if you're not tuned in, you better get tuned in. It's going to be some of the best you'll ever see for the game. And it's already delivering. Only the first 2 sets of matches. We still got one more, as you mentioned. It's going to be a marquee one. Before that happens, let's talk about the interview real quick. Fenrich said, we wanted to start off the first game with a win, but KP was really strong. The 2 guys who let us win, really thank you so much. Eita said, I'd expect Seiya has completed his practice as well, but not to be too worried. I'm so confident. Crazy to say because, you did lose, but if you watch his streams, bro, I'm just saying, Seiya be practicing Matt Horeb. He sits in training lab, much like Mochi and a bunch of other players, and just labs things out, scenarios and things like that. And he was able to kind of match pace with Eita. If he'd walk back, he'd walk forward. He would match that same sort of area and speed that he needed to, especially towards the end to get that W. So Eita, you're talking crazy right now, but we'll see what happens in the run back though. Might be able to get his lick back.
Yeah. I think it's a fair assessment too, because like Seiya, he's in tune with like the Street Fighter 6 mechanics, right? He knows when he's trying to get like robbed by the mechanics. And then Eita, he's like, he's too deep in the sauce with the mechanics. You know what I'm saying? Like he thought the drive rush was gonna be his end all be all to close out the game. So I like the balance between the two to start off, and I wonder how that works out going forward with the mentality that both have currently, right? So we'll see how that plays out for the rest of these matchups, for the rest of the different types of playstyles going to be presented. And then obviously the elation and the emotion coming in from Takagi, the big gratitude being shown by Eita as well. Urio also with his interview. We wanted to let Takagi play today. He was really practicing for Akuma. Definitely relieved I was able to let him do so.
And he said, excuse me while I'm crying. I was able to join the team. I was at the level my team was in. Well, I would debate that one. After that showcase,
Yeah,
I would debate that
too.
one. God dang. First of all, you got to set it up like this. He wasn't like, oh, I'm like a vanguard or whatever. I'm not. He was starting off. The team was relied upon you to get the win. You had to come off the stands, no longer be a fan. You had to play. You had to play today. The amount of weight and pressure for a newbie, a rookie. You are definitely worthy of being on that team. So I was really happy when I was able to hear that my team was thanking me for winning the game. And I'm sure he's happy to get that W, you know, and showcase. I like seeing these players have emotions because, as you mentioned, it shows how much they care, how much it means to them, how much it means to stick up for their team. And you know, in Japan, they have huge fan bases that are cheering for them. So they're all that weight that you got on you, and to get that W, that's a different sort of player right there, a different sort of hunger to get the win.
Right. Now you actually have some pretty valid data going forward now. Not only just for like the team aspect, but also having like 3 other teammates be able to dissect like how things went right in your favor, how things went wrong, and how to improve on it. This is going to be a lot of potential going forward. And I like I guess like the current skill pool, I guess like the current amount of like knowledge all the other players have, they could kind of funnel into teaching Takagi, or at least funneling into like getting him in shape for the rest of the season. I'm really excited about that aspect the most.
Yes, it's development, man. And Street Fighter League does that to you. It makes you a way stronger player. You're constantly practicing, but you're constantly having a team behind you to help refine your skills, refine what you're weak on, refine what you're strong on too as well. And even if you don't get the results that you want to in League, you still come out a stronger player. How many times have we seen League players do work at singles tournaments? They were already strong, but they get even stronger having continuous and constant practice. Even more weight than their usual makes them into diamonds. So, you know, he says the debut game was a win and the anchor game was dramatic as well. So we'd like to go with the flow and keep the wins going. If they play like that, they might just be able to do so. Shouts out to CAG Osaka for that big W. Takagi, especially. I can't wait to see the Twitter go crazy for him. I know Twitter is going insane for this cat, and it's well deserved.
I think every one of these matches have been bangers, man. I think the way that KB piloted the Mai was a pretty big deal. I was more so concerned with like how he's gonna perform this season. The way Seiya stuffed out Eita's aggression was pretty good. I mean, we're always gonna talk about and root for a lot of the rookies coming in to make sure they have like the best type of debut performance. It doesn't necessarily always turn out that way, but I think it builds up for better drama and better storylines. But also, that was such a dramatic finish, right? The anchor match between Otani and Urio was such a big deal. And even so, like prior to that too, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto versus Victrix Favu Gaming, seeing that happen the way that it did was so unpredictable to see like the current matchup spread, the current character selections overall. It's been really, really enjoyable. It really sets us up nicely for match number 3, but we can't do that just yet without thanking the people involved of this season's Street Fighter League Pro Japan. Vermilo has been doing a great job actually producing a lot of these fight sticks and also the hitbox layouts, leverless layouts, excuse me, these last couple of months. Year and a half, actually, right? We saw their debut over in the previous season of Street Fighter League Japan. They've been doing a great job of making their presence known at EVO this past year in Las Vegas, showing off some of their new stuff. This one being the all-white stick from Vermilo de Casa. I'm actually pretty excited to see what that feels like in person. Hopefully, we get to utilize that a little bit more in the States too. So if you look on the right, the golden faceplate with the multicolored buttons, that's what was shown off in Evo Las Vegas the most. And I think a lot of the NA players picked it up to try it out. I know Justin actually has one of these as well. Hopefully I get to I want to ask him if I could try it out one day to see what the weight is like, what the dimensions are like, and how the buttons and responses feel for the stick. I don't even know exactly what stick is stuck in there, but
yeah,
I mostly want to see what the dimensions are and see what the comfort's like in general.
Yeah, I just want to feel like the weight of a stick, somebody carrying it around. But I mean, from what I hear, the quality is great. I've seen some of the players from Japan also utilize the stick over at Las Vegas, kind of actually using it in their pools. I mean, it looks like it's quality. I'd like the blue one, but they do have that silver sheen, all right, that they're showing off. And it's got the handle too. Bro, forget the weight. I could just hold it like a suitcase. I got about my business. Ooh, that is fire. Hold up. Yo, and it does look like it's not super hefty or heavy. It's not like it's over, too big or overgrown. I don't know why I mean overgrown for a controller, but you know what I mean. It's not too sizable, it's not falling off your legs or whatever. That looks sick, man.
Yeah, it's compact enough, and I think just based off of the material, visually it looks like it's dense, right? It's not going to be shifting around while you're playing, trying to do certain inputs. Being able to detach the stick also was pretty significant too if you're traveling abroad, excuse me. And that's what I wanted to see, where it goes, right? That extra compartment to fit the stick so that it doesn't damage it during transit. I think that's easily one of the more clutch things that majority of the fighting sticks now need to have. Being able to secure your any of the peripherals to make sure that they arrive safely, right? So really cool ideas being utilized from this company, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing how much further they're going to take the peripherals game.
Oh, it folds up to, oh my god, this thing is so sick. The fact that it just doesn't stick out the entire time, it folds back. They've thought of everything. I gotta get one. I gotta at least try one. I'm playing on stick for a little bit with the older games, because my hands, I feel like they're better off for those. And okay, let me know how it goes in terms of the quality. It looks like it's really good right there. So shout out to them. We've seen some of the players also again play it over to Evo. So if they're playing it, professional players are playing it, it's probably pretty good. But also shout out to them for supporting Street Fighter League out here and all the sponsors that we have in general. This is super cool. A student tournament Tokyo game show looks like it's going to be happening. I'm all about new players coming in the scene. Over here in the US, we got the collegiate and scholastic scenes getting bigger and bigger with Street Fighter stuff. It's cool to see that just everywhere around the world. Shouts out to Red Bull for having an academy type beat out here, getting the next generation ready prepped. I mean, when we talk about next generation players, we've seen it all the way around the world and what work they could do. Blaz, obviously one of the biggest examples that we've seen over at EWC, but Cryme also, and other players even Takagi. He's 23, so I'd put him in I guess the collegiate area, if I don't know if he's still in college or not, just in general, that age range. But that's super sick. That's really, really cool to see that budding and growing over there in Japan.
Yeah, I would love to be. I mean, I would have loved to have that growing up as well. But what you can do and enjoy if you do find yourself over in Japan, the Capcom Museum has been open for a handful of different art museums in Japan. There's one in Nagoya, Tottori, Tokyo, and Niigata, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these are where you could find some of these exhibitions over in Japan. It's pretty neat. I do want to talk a little bit more about it eventually when we come back from the break, but we do have to take that break after all. But when we return, we're going to have team match number 3 headed our way here in Street Fighter League Pro Japan. We'll see you soon.
8分後の21時46分頃を予定しております。それまで、一旦失礼いたします。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here comes a new challenger. World Tour. Fighting well. Battle Hall. Local violence match. Street Fighter 6.
僕たちの国は石化現象によって人々が住む場所を追われつつあります。それが原因で国同士が争い戦争に発展しようとしています。
お前は我が国で唯一のレウスライダーだ。
私たちはもうどうにもならないところまで追い詰められてしまっているのよ。
僕は行かないといけない。北限を越えて聖域を目指す。エース！通してもらうよ。
音がする。2つ音が重なって聞こえるよ。
Team match number 3 is now underway officially with the marquee matchup of today's Street Fighter League Japan matchup. I actually am so excited to see it. It's Good 8 Squad versus Crazy Raccoon. Vicious back at it again with St. Cola. Let's get into it. This is Sahara's debut into Street Fighter League Pro-JP, and I'm so excited to see it. The Fearless is the title he's been given. We'll see if that holds the truth to it. The Cosmic Buster, Fujimura, possibly pulling out the Sagat after that very impressive run over at EWC last weekend. The Singularity coming in from Kawano with that ever-oppressive Akuma, taking down challenger after challenger not too long ago. Then, of course, the captain, the honest hero, Gachikun with the Rashid. This is an all-star team if I ever seen it. You are looking at championship caliber right here with Good 8 Squad.
All the way through, man. Especially that new addition that's been doing mad work in the offline scene. Pugera with the stance. Oh, he might bring out the Tiger. He might bring out the Tiger. They have to bring out everything, all the stuff, because they're fighting against
100%.
people. I hope to see it, man, because they better. Because this is Crazy Raccoon. The people that drew blood from them last season. The people that went toe-to-toe, blow-to-blow with them last season. Crazy Raccoon also has a star-studded cast. Yo, oh my God, this intro is so dope. They also had one on Twitter if y'all should check it out on the Crazy Raccoon account. They always do cool intros, and this one delivers. Let's see if they can deliver in the matches. The players all lined up, ready to go. Crazy Raccoon. Let's get it. First one on the deck is going to be judge, jury, and executioner. It's Papa Bonchan with the Sagat to see what it got, and also the Akuma, possibly. You see the switch back and forth. After that, loved by all fighting games, but not all fighting game players when they face him, it's Kazunoko, the dive kick master himself. Then after that, it's going to be the Asura, the Akuma god, and maybe a little of that Marisa. It's going to be Shuto lining up the bat. And after all that, oh, you know what's coming through. It's the devilish strategist himself, Dogura! He's got the Bison and he's got the Elena, which he's been loving to play lately. So we might see that today. This is a team that's been ridiculous in terms of quality, in terms of characters, in terms of variety. One of the top spots that we saw last year. And they are out here looking to fight the Street Fighter League Japan winners and Street Fighter League Japan, well, Street Fighter League World Champions, excuse me. We're out there, double champions out there. This is a big matchup, man. Right off the rip, the first day.
That's what I'm saying, man. Ooh, hell yeah. Get it out of the way right off the bat. You know, I gotta say, if I were to really want to aspire to be somebody, it's definitely Dogura. Dogura just emanates cool for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has been the coolest person I've ever met. All right, not to stray off the course. Good 8 Squad, their established order. Kawano with the Akuma, Gachikun with the Rashid, Sahara with the Ed as anchor, then Pugera as the backup with the King, Sagat. I like that.
Strange setup considering I thought Kawano would switch with Sahara. Like Sahara would start things off or maybe even be in the middle position. But to have him go up to possibly be counterpicked by Kazunoko on the Kami, we'll have to see, you know, some of the Ed players do and don't like that matchup. Like Osaka Lashar, he was like, yeah, it's whatever. I don't really like playing it that much, but we'll see what happens. That's gonna be later on the line. We'll see who comes up first. What? They're gonna put Kazunoko up right now against Kawano, who is a Kami killer? Bruh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure. There was definitely a lot of data accumulated from Kawano, the way he performed against some of the Kami players out at EWC. I'd imagine Kazunoko has had plenty of time to dissect that information as well on his own accord. Like, we could talk about the matchup on paper in a bunch of different ways. We could talk about Kawano's success in a bunch of different ways. But I think Kazunoko has such a knack of being able to break down what worked for a person in that matchup and flipping it on its head. So I don't mind this for informational purposes, genuinely. I do like the output that Kami does have to stomp on Akuma. I do like the approaches that that Kami does have to bypass what Akuma presents in neutral. So I'm not too against it, if I'm being quite honest with you. I would have loved to see maybe Bonchan let the Sagat rip on this one. That's just me being hopeful.
Yeah,
But
same.
if anybody were to step up, I think Kazunoko makes sense, actually. Like, Gogoro with Bison versus Kawano, I wouldn't really trust it. Shuto in the mirror match, it's a bit of a dice roll. Bonchan, depending on if he decides to go with Yakuma mirror as well, I still like Kawano over it, right?
And maybe saving Bonchan for like Gachikun with Akuma or Sagat might be the play, because I think Sagat does, so far from what I've seen, pretty decently, so maybe they're holding him for that later. I was watching Kawano play, and he was kind of running a lot of mirror matches with some of the Akuma, so I think he might have thought that was going to come through. But I can kind of see your point. Seeing Kazunoko come up with a different sort of style of Kami. We've seen a lot of grounded Kami players not do so well against the Kawano Akuma pick. What happens when mans get aerial? What happens when he gets comfortable with the dive kicks? It's hard to establish the stand fierce, forward fierce, and fireball. But once that gets going, you find the right timings to get some of the button presses from Kawano, he might be able to get in and do what other Kamis could not. So Kawano says Sahara is in the debut in the anchor, so we want to get those first and second games to make no pressure for him to advance. I like that they're thinking about the other team members, like just in case things get dicey, we want to step up and get these W's so you're not feeling as stressed to get that win in the end. But you know, I feel like Sahara also is one of those cats that he enjoys being in the fray of battle. Kazunoko also says I was protecting Japan while everyone was going out in competitions overseas, probably holding that MR.
Yeah, he was the MR gatekeeper, right? Like, he was the one kind of making sure the realm was okay over in ranked. He's like, yeah, I want to make sure by the time these guys get back, they can still like vie for their points and get to legend status. Don't worry, guys. If no one else got you, Kazunoko's got you. But I love the way he spins it, right? I mean, that's a nice way of saying he's got plenty of practice to get himself ready for whatever matchups comes his way. So I think it's kind of funny. Like, as much as I would love to see Kazunoko kind of travel, as a matter of fact, let me take a look at what his routing has been this year. Kazunoko, I know for sure, spends a lot of time streaming, so I don't know how often we've actually got to see him this year, but I'm going to look at his results for this year as we get ready. I mean, he obviously participated the last time over at EVO Japan. Interesting. Is that it? That's got to be it. That's wild.
Wow. But at home, practicing the matchup. See if we can give him something different. You know, maybe Kawano playing too many Kamis that are a sort of style and get a come back to Kazunoko, who plays a little bit different. Look at that. It's nice and close with the perfect parries with the fireball, sticking back his turn with the heavy kick as well. Backs up for the air-to-air. He's keeping this nice and compact where other Kami players try to fail to play that mid-range.
A little bit too funky on the mix is Kazunoko. Tried to go for the command grab, hence why you saw that funky land. I like that. The perfect parry. Kazunoko forcing to spin the meter will absolutely take that coming into the first game.
Got him with the impact. Not here. Perfect parry as the punish. Kazunoko playing this nice and tight, nice and close. They're confident. Stand like kick, no driver buffer right after it though. Forward fierce. We're talking about these big buttons that stop you from even jumping. The reward that comes after. Hold this throw.
That was kind of sick. Like, Kawano throwing that out there in the space for Kazunoko to do a shallow dive kick to possibly catch a limb. I like that. Instead of trying to throw out a much more grounded normal with like low medium kick. That was pretty slick. Just about even in life too. Kawano trying to dictate the pace, trying to see what the drive rush check was going to be like. Kazunoko not biting. Does get the back throw though. Now looking for whether or not Kawano's going to be moving, hence why the throw even came out. We do get the anti-air. That could have been level 3 if need be, but Kawano looking kind of confident.
Off to the low. Eats a throw right after though. He's not getting exposed low. Now in burnout. Thought he was going to play a button because he was in burnout to advance the pressure, but Kazunoko instead blocks it out, hits the ODDP. In terms of what he's playing, the economy of buttons is definitely looking a lot different than what we've seen from like Hurricane and Punk. You see him rear back a little bit in certain scenarios. Hard for Kawano to call out what he wants.
Yeah, he's been making the appropriate reads against Kawano, right? That led to like pretty traditional conditioning towards the end where you're forced to like make Kawano choose the mix afterwards. So I like that a lot from Kazunoko. He trusted his gut, really good intuition and instinct on that last play. A little bit of a difference now. Kawano going into game 2 already has a significant life lead against Kazunoko, but the exposure down below and the corner carry might change up the tone.
Eats a fireball. Yeah, those fast fireballs make it hard to spin knuckle or even jump around. Proper times, that's what we see a lot of perfect parries. Try to go for the jump. The anti-air is there. OEDP on the drive rush dash. Jab, excuse me. Trade. Stand fierce. He's right back in. Stagger again. This time Kawano waits, no bust out. Oh, the teleport to avoid the DI. Are you kidding me? Who does that? What?
That's a good question. That is a fair question. Who does that? I have no idea. That was sick.
I'm so baffled. Anyway, back into it. Kawano. A lot of green gauge to work with. Good OD fireball if need be, or just drive rush up, but too close for comfort for that 4 fierce to hit.
Yo, he's just applying the mix. Kazunoko, what are you doing right now? This guy is everything, everywhere, all at once. Did you see that? He utilized the OD spiral arrow, jumped to get it to the other side, and it was a frame trap for a jab. It was counter hit against Kawano. This guy is actually thinking outside the box.
He saw the matchups. He said, I'm ready for him. The anti-air is there with the DP. Proper counter combo. Try to go for the exposed button. It's guillotine and now back, though. Kawano has the positional advantage. Back medium. No throw after that. Kawano now walking back and blocking whenever he can. Gets hit with the heavy kick, though. Punish counter. With a reversal. Could have been your life, damn near at least.
Oh, and Kazunoko smells blood too. Kawano looking rather dry. Kazunoko just actually missing the DP. A little bit too hesitant on the timing. Kawano takes full advantage of that. Look at the big shift. Close to dead, if not. Yes, sir. Drive rush forward. No, you're chilling, right? Yeah, you're big chilling. And now, giving Kazunoko a taste of his own medicine. Drive rush canceled, knocking on the door for the potential tick throw afterwards. Kazunoko forced to retaliate into the big whiff, all tied up one apiece.
Man's opened the door, nobody was home. Came through the windows. TK OD dive kick with the fireball, nice and close. He's keeping it as close as he can to get these faster buttons off. The TK dive kick against the fireballs, making the right calls. Meaty stand medium, all blocked out for Kawano just far. Oh, sand like a little too shallow to hit the follow-up on that with throw.
Not too bad though, Kazunoko now taking the early risk just for a couple of those lights to connect, and I like that. Kazunoko, his risk-reward assessment has been so powerful against Kawano thus far. I don't know if Kawano's going to be reluctant pursuing offense while Kazunoko still has so much drive gauge to him. Like, what's going to be going on here, right? Yeah, he's actually going to pursue Oki no matter what. My mistake. With how much life he has left, yeah, I think he's just going to be bulldozing Kazunoko in this corner. And I like that, yeah, Kazunoko responding in kind, using the OD uppercut.
Give me some distance, some room to walk around, hit that crouching moon kick, hit that low, or the heavy. Punish counter, not a button we typically see in this matchup. Too far off the throw. He wasn't even in the same area code for that throw. Now Kazunoko working up that level 3. One more hit for the victory. That's going to make things a little more pensive here for Kawano. Delay jab, walk up throw again, establishing the throw pressure. ODDP in between the gap, the bust out. No Oki though, back to neutral. Don't throw the bad fireball. Man's got super, he's buffering. Don't do it. I'm begging you, please. Don't go out that way. It's a low 4
You
instead.
are sick. You are actually disgustingly sick. Kawano staring death right in the face and throwing out the big counter punch. That was actually expert timing. Yo, how do you like those big 6 frames on the crouching medium punch from Akuma?
Incredible. The confidence. Slight walk back. Vanessa blast, heavy kick Tatsu as the ender, taking straight towards the corner. And the walk back block is so smart from him, making sure that he doesn't get exposed by any sort of button. Now he's taking the pressure, the approach, the Oki. He's taking it all right now. About to take the kids, the keys, the car, everything. Oh, delay jab, though, gets the counter combo level 3 immediately. Get your bar back in the green, take as much as you can from him, limit his resources.
Although being in the green is going to be rather expensive to enforce the offensive pressure, now Kazunoko has to peel away just a little bit. Oh, you actually might be close to death. One more touch for Kawano. Drive impact attempt. Kazunoko coming in with a spiral arrow and more very important tech. Kawano fully healthy now. Kazunoko forced on the backbeat.
Surviving that burnout. What he needed. Getting the bar back. No DI just yet. Not even close to the wall. You see him buffering for that level 2. Do not do a bad button. Anything whip could be in the level 2. The dive kick nice and close. Gets the opening. Walk up though. Anybody's game on this wake up. The stand fierce trade in favor of Kazunoko. He's like, I have more health to play with.
That was kind of nasty. That was a kind of nasty display in a great way of checking the timing of the other opponent and also stealing some of the strats that the other opponent was trying to enforce, right? I love the mind games behind all of the throws. As simple as it looked, there was a lot of conditioning behind some of these throws that led to some really impactful and key moments in this matchup. That was quite a treat. Kawano versus Kazunoko. Stamp that as one of my favorite matchups of the day.
Man, I'd agree. We've had so many good matches, but this is still very, very good. The fact that he went for the trade at the very end, as you mentioned, going for the throws and knowing that eventually a button's going to come through, takes the trade. He's like, listen, you got that 9K health, smile. It's not going to work out for you. This is where it is a deficit for the character. And the fact that he played it so close to this character where you're afraid of the low forwards, you're afraid of stand medium, you're afraid of a lot of things that could be coming that close, and take advantage of like TKOD dive kick where I feel like other players were able to when they have to face Kawano or even other Kubo players led to success. I see the vision, Kazunoko. I see the vision.
Yeah. Did you see him pump fake too? He did a slight crouch right before meaty timing. Like, obviously, you're able to get that fierce pretty easily. Like, if you think about, like, the knockdown that you get off of a forward throw from Kami, you're plus 17, right? So pump faking like that, making Kawano think he's able to play, or at least press a button, was rather devious. Kazunoko, I'm on you, man. Like, this... There's something in the water. There's something definitely different about the way that Kazunoko operates against other players, right? He's very unorthodox with his approach, so I'm liking that a lot. Crazy Raccoon getting their debut start here in Street Fighter League Pro Japan of this season, with Kazunoko starting things off at the helm.
He's the champion too. Oh, hold on now. I was gonna be like, oh, of course, Bonchan's coming up with a Sagat, but it's going to be Akuma instead, which I think is fine in this matchup. I think Akuma's fireballs just allow the poke fireballs that you'd like to do, or what Gacha would like to do as a Rashid player, like throw out the fireball so you can encroach in the space and walk up. That doesn't get to happen. His fireballs a lot faster, level 2, OD fireballs, all that stops that from happening. Aerial approach hard the anti-air continuously against the likes of Akuma. Beam and Ray claims so much space, it's hard to hit the mixers like you like. And honestly, it just feels like the normals are better. You don't have to spend drive rush to make your normals better like Rashid has to on his side of things. And we've seen, I feel like Bonchan be very well informed in terms of like the Rashid matchup. However, in reverse of things, Gachiku, he's a lab rat though. He's definitely been able to be good against the Akuma players in reverse of things. So even if it's not always so good on paper at all times, he's able to make the most of every interaction. His level 2s, his confidence, his defense, which is something that you pointed out years ago in Street Fighter that has stuck with me, that Gachiku has some of the best defensive play that we have seen in any game, especially with this character. That makes the best defensive reads. So I think it'll be good to go against the likes of Bonchan. And if the Kuma doesn't work out, I'm hoping to see a switch. I'm just, personally, I want to see Sagat. Maybe we won't have to see it because Bonchan's and Kuma's so good, but if things go bad, I'd like to see it though.
We'll see how that plays out. I think this is a matchup that both are very much so familiar with right now, with how active Gachi-kun is in and out of the CPT. Like, he's always consistently streaming. He's always consistently looking for custom room sets. Just watching him on his stream, he streams a bunch. Like, both him and Bonchan have a pretty consistent online schedule. It's very easy to find them on Twitch and or YouTube. So it's gonna be kind of difficult to see where this matchup is going to lead to. I think it's more so dependent on how aggressive Bonchan can get, and if Gachi-kun could solve those puzzles right off the bat, right? We talk about Gachi-kun's defense a bunch, but the way that Bonchan navigates as Akuma could be a pretty significant ordeal against all that. So we'll really see. Like, I think the biggest outlier here for the matchup, if I were to be as shallow as possible and as like quick to the point, is when and where Gachi-kun gets to level 2. that pretty much spells disaster for Akuma in the matchup.
Yeah, if it's raw, level 2 can go through it from the side of Kuma, but that's not going to happen with Gachiku. He's not going to let that go raw. He's going to have the perfect setup and the perfect, win condition to let that happen so that he can enforce that mix or the push towards the corner. We've seen it very universal with his level 2, whether it be to get that push towards the corner, whether it be for mix, whether it be for damage. He knows how to utilize that level 2 through and through. Gachiku said, we're doing a good game right now, but I've been losing recently. I gotta get back in the flow and let Sahara play easily. Banchan says since the season has started, but I have all the practice I've done. I will do my best. And both, we're over at EWC, so they've been able to get practice. In terms of like the matchups, being able to travel definitely helps out. And Banchan gives me the worst news possible. He said I won't be playing Sagat for a while. Now, I don't know if we got to see this. There was an interview with Ryan Hart at EWC where Banchan was like, I have some stuff with Sagat, but he's saying until he gets the confidence to do so, it's a team-based tournament. I get it, bro. Do what you have to do to get your win for your team. Well, hopefully that confidence comes through, but it may not have to happen. You've got Akuma on your side of things. Strong character. Here we go.
Here we go, second player match of this final team battle of day number 1. Starting this off pretty strong. We talked about some of the defense that Gachikun has, already opening up Banchan from a big punish counter to avoid that corner. Pretty significant. You don't want to get Akuma started with the amount of tools he has to ensure the plus frames, to ensure damage as well. Excellent punish counter now. Banchan getting the side switch now to play with the estate even further on and establish dominance with the fireball game if need be. But he tried to Street Fighter 6 Gachikun, right? He tried to drive rush, immediately gets checked. The punish counter, I love that. The perfect parry, excuse me, against the enhanced spinning mixer. I like that.
Banchan's defense also really good too as well as defensive choices at the very least. So Daigo talking about how he just knows what to do on defense, but does get opened up as soon as I say that. What a curse. And it's definitely blow to blow right now. It's definitely very close, but I do like the fact that even though the fireball game isn't as good, we still see Gachikun switching it up with like charge up fireballs and things like that to try to advance. Drive rushing in when need be, catches the whip punish with the low. Eagle spike for the Oki. The break of the throw though, perfect parry, gets right back in again. He's not done.
Now getting the mix out to the anti-air. The option select out of the corner. The level 2 Isar, the Great Desert Storm. This is going to be a little bit of a pain point for Banchan to defend against, right? Yeah, forcing him out of the block stun. I like that. We still got the enhancement behind it. Yeah, Banchan couldn't even afford to jump, but I like the defense sitting still. It's just such a deficit now. Gachikun only needs one more exchange. One significant punish counter and the game is his.
Yeah, one jump in, maybe a little forward. TK fireball though. How are we gonna open him up? Forever stay medium, the crouching light kick, the catch him walking back. Gachikun blocks all that out. Back throw. Oh, see, listen, I thought so too. That's why we saw the bust out, but Gachikun waited and baited. Gachikun first game playing around the defensive habits of Banchan.
What a big risk to take, but you know what? He had to know. He had to find out if Gachikun was actually trying to bait it out. We do get the forward throw, drive rush on forward. Ensure that Gachikun's not allowed to press a button. We do get the counter hit now, exposure. Let's score this knockdown. What's the pressure going to be like? Meaty fireball, tick throw. No, Gachikun being able to tech, but still finding a way past the defensives. Gachikun getting exposed. A lot of counter hits on the side in Banchan's favor.
Go for the OD fireball right there. Just get some distance. And the lightest of touches with the jab. The fact that Banchan spit all that far, risking a possible back throw with a burnout into whatever Gachikun wanted to do. All right, Banchan, with the confidence.
I like the big counter poke start. Crouching medium punch is definitely the way to go. Spending the level 2. We do get the drive gauge damage. We do get the wall splat as well. We get the safe jump into it. A lot of damage towards the drive gauge. He's trying to force that burnout against Gachikun. Can he successfully do so? Not quite yet. Might be dead instead. Yeah, I like that. Forcing the burnout with the fake fireball timing too. The fake meaty fireball timing. Banchan, okay. 2 steps ahead on offense. Played the resource game correctly and forced the big W against Gachikun. Forcing the erroneous movement. I like that coming in from Banchan.
Nasty jump in right there. Saw the charge up fireball. Had something for him with the jump heavy kick. See him slowly inching back and forth, trying to switch things up. Here's the back throw. Pulse Parry gets the overhead, trying to press the button right after though. Couldn't do that. stand fierce, as we saw a walk back button get got. A little forward there. Yeah, perfect parry. Take some bar from that though. Oh. Walk back with punch, gets a throw.
I like that Gachiku now going for the green, right? Bonchan is actually looking a little rough with the drive gauge, so he's not going to go for like a single hit just yet, or even try to. But at this state of the game, yeah, Bonchan's holding his ground really well, right? You can see him kind of hovering just outside of the ranges of forward medium punch, primarily, against Gachiku.
Knowing that comes through, he'll be ready to check it at this distance. Perfect parry, throw right after, level 2 backdash, yeah. Start it up, the great equalizer. Wow, the shimmy, it's an overhead
and he caught him crouching! Look, you're hella dead!
Timing! Oh my god.
That's tough. That is so tough. It was just a matter of whether or not Gachiku was going to inch his way forward for a throw, but we all had that feeling, right? We saw Bonchan ducking for his life. Gachiku just needed one exposure down with the overhead.
Oh, he's looking for set point Gachiku. Parries a fireball. It's just confident to run those fireballs, despite the fact we've seen the jump ins and the OD fireballs get the knockdown. A little forward towards the corner again with the eagle spike. Oh, wake up, walk up, back throw. Fantastic. Already see the shimmy scenario. Bonchan answers in kind. Level 2 coming through and periods in. The Baja blast to the stomach. Back heavy kick. No. Go for the safe up setup. Yeah, I had to switch it up. Empty lights instead, excuse me. There you go.
Being able to set up that fireball is pretty significant, but level 2 is way more impactful. I'll tell you what. The punish counter against the tap parry, Bonchan paying for the severe mistake. Gachiku, we talked about his defense, but highlighting that level 2 has to be done. The bane of Akuma's existence, we had prefaced it before the match started. What happens when you have to face off against the Storm? Literally every single round that did come out, Gachiku was able to take the round. Very, very significant play and pressure coming in from the Rashid main.
Understanding how to get the bar up to get to that point, understanding to expose the openings of such a good defensive player on the side of Bonchan in terms of like his active defense is nothing short of incredible. You know, like level 2 is strong, but to be able to utilize it in the proper way. You can have bad level 2s at high level where they don't lead in anything. You've wasted your bar. Not Gachiku. He's using every part of his character to the fullest effect. And I do like the fact that we see like things like that. Perfect parry against the fireball so you get your drive rush up. The baits on defense from Bonchan when you try to go for that active defensive play with the ODDPs. And being able to kind of like, okay, I see that you're like down backing a lot. I see that you're not trying to get open up with the crouching union kicks. It's time for me to hit that overhead, the proper timing, and make the most of what I get off the level 2. Look at that. Double back dash, get some space, pop off with level 2, kill that drive gauge a little bit. There's the overhead, and Gachiku, that's the one that we want to see. I feel like after we saw him say that he has not been in the way that he wants to be, you know, that's a better Gachiku that we've seen in a while. 10-10, it all comes down to this. Sahara, the team's hopes are on your back. Who do we send up, though, from Crazy Raccoon?
Do we send out Dogura? Or would you rather let the Akuma rock versus Ed? Like, I don't really like Bison going up against Ed in that way. But I'm not too sure. Oh, it is Shuto. Okay, cool. I'm just glad I'm not crazy. Like I had a slight inclination that Dogura might wanted to step up, but my heart definitely said it had to be Akuma, right?
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. I remember looking at Strider's stream one day and I was like, hey man, how do you play against Ed? Because I want to know. And he's like, I gotta get lucky with the OD stomp to get in because the neutral is looking difficult. And so I'm glad that we didn't go that route. Someone like Sahara is so confident in the neutral. They're talking about hit confirming. Like, you don't have to deal with all that. Send out Akuma, take the aerial approach. That being said, I feel like the Ed players, even if they don't win the matchup, they're getting better and better about dealing with Akuma. But I think that's more of the Akuma players staying a little bit too much on the grounded side of things. And Shuto, we've known him to master the Demon Raid. He was the one that bring that to light and really bring the full effect of Akuma out from that aspect. So I feel like that's going to be a problem for the likes of Ed players from around the world, because most Akuma players are just walking forward with the fireball, the perfect parry, and they get punished. Shuto takes to the skies continuously. He developed that playstyle. That's going to be a problem that Sahara has to look out for.
That's fair. Funny enough, like even outside of that analysis, like how many times have we seen Shuto play in the anchor spot? Like even outside of Street Fighter 6, he's been mad anchor for a few years now.
That's true. Oh, you're right.
I don't know if that's like really is that a significant detail or not? Because like either it's like Dogura also has clutched out some really big performances in Street Fighter 5 and also in Street Fighter 6, but I think Shuto has him outclassed with like anchor appearances. Maybe I'm tripping, but yeah, I just thought that was like a random tidbit to think about.
No, I think you're right. In terms of actually like overall players across the board, he might be like top 6, top 5 in terms of anchor clutch out wins for his team. There was a point where he was fighting Fudo. He said, "I was born to fight you." Like he's never feared being the clutch factor for his team or clutch in the anchor position at all. So like this is nothing new to him. Now that being said, he did get kind of washed by Lashar when he had to fight him in the anchor position. Lashar was walking underneath the demon flips and things like that. He wasn't timing the right. He got frustrated. But that's a rare occurrence, I think, for Shuto. That being said, I think Shuto has learned from that, and he plays a little bit more measured, because before he was just demon flipping all day, but now you see him have a lot more variance on the ground, a lot more delays on the demon kicks. He has more of the guillotine pressure, I feel like, as well. I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder for Sahara to kind of operate, because it's a different Shuto. Now, Sahara says, doesn't matter if I was first, second, or anchor position, I'll still get nervous anyway. I lost at the CPT, so I'll win this time. I thought it was going to be different.
What a statement to make. I thought that was going to come in with like mad confidence. Like, it doesn't matter where you put me, I'm still going to play it to the best of my ability. My man went the opposite direction. He's like, you know what? I'm still nervous, guys.
Yeah, I'm so shaky.
That's kind of funny. It's actually kind of funny. Let me take a look, actually. With Sahara's results, he lost at the CPT, so he'll win this time. I wonder who he was referring to, because I don't see his matchups against Shuto, at least from looking at Liquipedia. Maybe it was like one of those things that he got sent to loser's bracket because of Shuto. I'm not too sure. If anybody has that info, I would gladly take it. But I think one thing that we always like to note is, who does Sahara have to practice this matchup against, right? I mean, the easiest answer is easily Kawano, right? Like Kawano is literally right there to show him how the matchup can be played just based off of the character report, how the matchup can be played based off of how much experience he has against Shuto. I would love to say that data-wise, I think Sahara might have the upper hand, but I haven't personally looked at Shuto's CFN, right? He could have been in the lab against like Momochi, who he has a very close relationship with. He could have been in the lab against Fudo. We'll see, right? So this is going to be a very, very exciting anchor match between these two. It's going to be Sahara versus Shuto. Final match.
Shuto did say a lot of newbies coming up in this league. I've been in this league for 8 years. I won't let them win yet. This man is so devious when it comes to not only deal with the driver since you see right there with the stand line kick, but also his interviews. I like that energy. Right, overhead, counter hit, the adamant fist to catch a button right after. We'll get the sweep whip punish against the Stampede kick. That was a problem that he had before in the last season, and now he's locked in.
The forward throw pressure. Drive rush on in there. Great block in the overhead, pretty important. Drive parry into the rush. Option select, I like that. Not taking the punish counter. But no matter how you spin it, Shuto is going to throw you to death.
First round to him, very confident, whip punish. Ducking underneath, resets. Typical thing for Shuto after like an adamant flame. Looking for a throw or a button instead of just going for like the damage with the carry.
I like that. Being able to bait out the movement against Shuto. We are going to spend the level 2. It's not going to be as much damage as you would like from a dream, but it is significant damage regardless. OD uppercut Shuto. I wanted to say equalize the momentum based off of that. He could have got a little bit more of a punish counter. This is the one right here. Adamant into the level 3 conversion. Pretty good. Now Sahara, with the resources that he had behind him going into the level 2, I don't know if that was overzealous, right? Like, it was damage that led to a tie ball game in regards to the life. It didn't really apply enough pressure for Shuto to be scared, right? He wasn't really in the corner. He still had enough life to risk the ODDP, rather healthy in the drive gauge. So I'm kind of curious, like maybe a couple more touches for Sahara would have been a little bit more of a vying point towards like letting the supers rock.
And it's one of those things where I feel like maybe on other players that make them panic a little bit, even though it wasn't a huge health discrepancy. But Shuto lives for the scramble. You just saw right there. He whipped the spark, and then Shuto was like, I'm going to match Stan Pierce. If you press a button, I'm going to catch you lacking. And that's what led him to super. Shuto is a rare Akuma player. He loves the scramble. He loves going and rumble in the jungle like that. Other Akuma players are like, I'm kind of pensive about that. I've got my own little tactics and things like that. He will fight with you. He will scrap with you, even with the 9K health. And that's something that Sahara has to lock into. This is not a typical Akuma player. Maybe scrapping with Kawano make them a little bit, oh, this is how a Akuma player should play. But Shuto is a different beast. Even beyond the demon flips, we see him being able to take trades and things like that willingly, space traps with big buttons. And we're going to take a timeout right here, Sahara, getting some words because he definitely see him a little bit shaken. But you know, I will say this though for Sahara, even though he has had some rough times and some good times as well, he always keeps a smile on his face and always stays positive. Like during his stream, when he loses dramatically against a player, he's just like, ah, man, he played good. Like he's like a really positive cat. So I don't think he'll be too shaken up, but he definitely has to get that game plan unlocked and get ready for the type of Shuto or type of Akuma that Shuto is.
Yeah, I think Sahara, he's the rookie this season. We had a pretty significant introductory time, towards his like current Street Fighter 6 progress in the CPT. Like we saw him at Blink Respawn, we saw him at Evo. I feel like the way he just played felt by the book, right? He's like, he landed a hit. He's like, I should probably go for super here without really understanding the nuances of what would happen afterwards. I think this timeout is going to be pretty significant going forward to have like his veteran team reassess and like make him rethink about his resources. Let's see if that happens here.
That's some good ideas. I like the kill rush back to avoid certain scenarios. But once again, stand-like kick of the gods. This character putting out the toes. Crouch fierce to the fireball. Heavy kick Tatsu for the pickup. Adding on the damage. Trade again. He lives for the scramble. The space trap. Shuto is not letting him breathe. Not letting him move at all.
Trying to go in with the patented demon flip that he's so used to doing. Shuto, he was harassing earlier with some of these heavies to kind of keep Sahara at the same exact resources. And I like that. Forcing the error yet again with the raids. The demon raid onto the other side. Very sneaky.
The timing, the spacing as well. This time goes for the, yeah, he tried to catch him Tekken that time, but Sahara perfectly done with the jump back, perfect parry. It's like you can't get in like an optimal range you can run your mid-range normals. So Shuto just gets in. Reset overhead.
You're so sneaky. I like that. One more touch. Crouching medium punch will do it. No, standing light kick. Nothing too big yet. Shuto, he's playing with his food a little bit. He knows Sahara's looking way too green.
Wrong kind of green. No drivers behind that one. Shuto, he's bar back. Gets a jump in. It's Sahara. I mean, you can try to go for jabs against like Demon Raid, but again, the distance, the timing, it has to be picture perfect or that's going to happen. There's too many variants. It's like fighting Cammy. Is it going to be a dive kick, an air fireball? Is it going to be a guillotine coming for that neck? Shuto on game point.
The first big opener not from Sahara. The final game, potentially in Shuto's favor. The big risk already being taken from Shuto. Looking at pretty much close to death. He might be able to do it off of this. Yeah, it could be a perfect. Nice and easy. Sahara with a big clap back. Shuto a little bit too happy about that in the first round of game 3.
So, okay. You fighting. Let's start really scrapping. Squabble up. Toss him. Back rises the fireball. Perfect parry. But Shuto walks in, takes the distance. Double Tatsu. Ends it with the heavy kick. Maximizing the damage. Oh, now he's waiting for Shuto to play that button. So now he's playing second, but it's working out for him.
Kill rush on forward after that forward throw. Just trying to close the gap against Shuto. Taking a lot of liberties with that walk speed. And firing the gun near point blank. Getting the counter hit against Sahara. Crouching medium punch is just so good, right? Being 6 frames, catching a lot of other normals off guard. And not necessarily having the typical frame data with some of his normals getting caught as well. So that combination of Akuma walk speed and normal speed is just so threatening.
Absolutely devious. The low forward. Kashim exposed. The backdash. Was able to get that crouching light kick. No big deal, though. Sahara's got he's got that level 2. Can make a lot more of this. Try first throw. We break that, though. Shuto with the raw overhead. Takes the trade. Sahara's favor. Ooh, that would have been punish counter. That would have been nasty.
Great block in the overhead. Attempted a parry, Sahara. Shuto changing up the timing of some of his normals. Not trying to go for a parry. Looking pretty close to death if Sahara doesn't choke it up. A touch and a half will do it for Shuto. That's a half right here. A single touch for Shuto actually wins. Sahara, how do you close this out?
Back though, so I'm going to close it out.
Nice.
Force the mix. Right. That's the Sahara that we know. That's the one we see doing work at the offline events. The new rising star out here, a lot more confident in his decisions, a lot more reward on the drive gauge in terms of like not just spending too much. And now Shuto's the one taking the timeout. He's like, okay, how do I route this back? Because I do feel like there were some great moments from Sahara overall, but some things from Shuto that he's not landing enough reward. And I think at this point, it's going to sound crazy to say it's time to go back to the skies. It's time to go back to, after you establish the ground game enough, go back to the demon raids. That was working out fantastically for him. We've seen a few DPs here and there, but you got to put that on the deck to really overwhelm Sahara again. I feel like that wasn't really as present in that last match, unless I'm bugging. That has to come into form. But maybe that's kind of hard because Sahara is kind of keeping it frame tight, kind of keeping it close with his buttons as well. So maybe it's harder to jump or go for those demon flips before they can even come out and might get tagged.
Yeah. I think that's a fair assessment too. Like, I think Shuto giving up that game with the current advantage is fine because like he played it primarily ground based. To kind of like add on to what you were saying, right? I think this allows Shuto a bigger advantage of being able to throw out that ambiguity of either approach, airborne, grounded, reintroducing the fireball game if need be. Because if you look at how close that previous set was, Shuto was only one touch away. It could have been a big trade, it could have been a fierce into whatever cancel, and it would have been lights out because he had critical art territory. So now that that's been established, now that Shuto played a lot more of a grounded approach, how much more ambiguity does he introduce in this potentially final match? Final game, excuse me.
Here's some TK Fireball. That light fireball that's going to clip you before you even go for an anti-air as Ed. There's one, though. Toss him. Kill rush up. Save the bar. Drive rush. The Stampede kick. Shuto able to attack. I'm surprised that did not connect against a whip sweep. On punish, I should say.
Standing light kick actually catching the startup of whatever Sahara tried to do. Tried to press a button upon wake up as well. Shuto keeping it tight, rather, with the standing jab. Uppercut. Sahara trying to use movement. No meeting. Wasn't that drive rush forward short? Crouching short? Unless I'm bugging.
Yeah. No, you're right. So, one more touch. It's overhead. The bait on the drive reversal instead. That happens to so many people. The demon raid is such a good tool to bait out those options. Even if it was a DP, it would have been baited as well. Set point for Shuto. Covered so many options up in the corner against the reversals.
The back-to-back drive rush from both ends. Sahara getting the first opening gambit. 2 bars to his name. A little bit precautious, right? He's not throwing out... Oh, I was just about to say, he's not throwing out the limbs at that range because he could get whiff punished, and then I spoke way too soon.
The Kono setup, though. Getting tagged. Heavy kick, staying fierce. Level 3 immediately just wants to get the kill. It's a lot of bar to spin right now.
Shuto is willing to take for sure. Yeah, I mean, talking about that expenditure, Sahara coming in pretty much empty-handed in what survival point for him. Shuto with 3 bars is going to be a pretty significant deal going forward.
Oh yeah. So level 2 if he wants to. Go for level 3 immediately. Juice up the bar. You have him caught up in the corner. To get 1/4 of that health, if not a little bit more, that's going to hurt.
Jesus, 50%. Drive rush forward.
Nice.
Fireballs to dictate the pace. Counter hit again. I think you get a sequence after this. Actually, throw will do it. Especially now. Fighting for his life is Sahara. Gets the knockdown. What happens here? Walk up throw immediately after the block. Shuto had nothing to fear. Especially with the walk speed. Shuto pretty much commanding performance over Sahara. 3-1. Mad smart, by the way. Real smart to take it the way he did towards that block normal.
That's why knowing frame data is so important to be like, it's not just about playing a button right after. It's about what you can do right after. You're the advantage. Take that space sometimes. We've seen that also in some of these knockdowns throughout the day. Some people be like, okay, cool. I'm going to walk up and chase you down if you try to back walk away. I'm going to get that throw off if you're not going to go for the Oki. And in that scenario, it was more of, okay, block normal. I'm going to take advantage and get the walk up throw right after. That was perfectly done shoot, though. If there's a player I'd like to emulate, if I had the time to grind and be like a competitive player, honestly, I'd like to play the Akuma the way he plays it. He feels like he's having fun. He is just rushing you down. He's scrapping with you with the 9K health character and making the best rewards out of it possible. Look at that space trap with the stand fierce to catch the recovery of the spark. He just understands the spacing that's going to happen for his character. There's risk and reward with that. And then going for things like this, overhead resets. Didn't even finish it off, but just knew that he put him at death's door. And there were some moments, obviously, that Sahara did really well. We saw him being able to anti-air better. We saw him being able to string him up better. But then the demon raids were starting to come through. The pressure was once again on the side from Shuto, and it was just looking difficult. Like up in the corner, man. Even this is like, okay, cool. Perfect parry, got the knockdown, whatever, man. Walk up throw. Damn, Shuto was good.
Yeah. Like, even if you were to see it coming, so to speak, right? If it's like something we could kind of dissect from Shuto in regards to like what kind of approach he was going to take towards the end of that set, the fact of the matter is, like, you could call it, but how do you contest against it, right? Like, unless you have that specific way of the of how Shuto pilots Akuma, you won't have that practice, right? It's just a matter of utilizing the tools given to you within every circumstance. But Shuto was just like too smart about it as well, right? Like, the last thing you would expect after being slightly negative would probably be take your turn back with an immediate button, and then you combine it with how far Shuto was away from him. He's like, all right, well, I don't think he's gonna throw me, right? But you gotta guess again. Like, Akuma's walk speed, funny enough, he can inch his way forward a bit and then immediately walk back. Like, that's still a terrifying option. You know what I'm saying? Like, Akuma is still so good within that range when it's his turn. That's the most terrifying thing. It was more so than just like a coin flip. It was definitely like a 20-sided dice roll against Sahara.
He could have played a button. He could have played a faster button too as well, or delay button after he played his turn. Like, there's so many things that could have happened because of that walk speed. That's why these minute decisions are so cool in fighting games. Like, there's so many ways he could have won that, and we only saw one aspect of it. That is so cool. And again, Shuto, I mean, we saw his loss against Lashar, and then after that, a couple weeks after that, I didn't want to do it the week of, but after that, I was like, okay, so what's your strategy against Ed? And he's like, well, I'm developing a strategy. This was last year, by the way. And he's like, I have to grind this matchup out. The way I approached it was wrong, and we see the results right now of how he played. He clearly understands how to fight this character even more so. Clearly has even a further game plan on a winning matchup for the character. It shows how much he is involved with Akuma. And overall, this whole team did excellent. Honestly, as much as I would like to see the Sagat, I like that Bonchan did not play that character. If you're not feeling confident, don't pick this character in a team-based scenario and lose points for your team. Go with what you know. All right. As much as I want to see Sagat, everybody wants to see Sagat. You got to worry about your team. It's not about what you're going to do, or, you know, you got to get on with your team.
Did you see Bonchan's reaction? I couldn't tell what was said between like Kazunoko and Dogura, but Bonchan had that look. He's like, yo, it's not my fault, bro. Like, what do you want me to say?
He said,
like, the look on his face was definitely trying to place the blame on somebody else. He's like, what am I supposed to do against Gachikun's level 2 is what it looked like. Like, I don't understand Japanese to that degree, but that's definitely a universal look of like, what do you want from me, bro? It's Gachikun's regime. You put me here. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dogura, this is your fault.
Yeah. Why don't you go next time, Kazunoko? Why don't you go next time, Dogura with your Elena? We are getting the interviews, though. Dogura said, really couldn't read who will be coming in terms of like the roster, but Pugera was a reserve, so he was out. I really tried to focus until both teams got 10 points each. And Kazunoko said, my team scolded me a lot about not going overseas. It's not just Bonchan. Shuto was also trying to go with me. So they were like, hey, man, pick up that controller and get on the plane just like us. Take that 19-hour flight and go get some CPT points. But it worked out. Kazunoko was able to stay here and win today. He's able to reason with his teammates. with their being meeting and staying home in Japan and labbing out the matchup. He proved him right.
He's
wrong, I mean.
He's handing out the option selects while he has the W. That is my Capcom Cup GOAT, by the way. My man Sakonoko won the match. And he's like, you see, I didn't need to leave Japan because I got the W. And then immediately looked at Bonchan. I think the reverse option select for Bonchan would be like, yo, I got kids, bro. What you want from me?
Ooh.
I got twins, bro. And I'm trying to figure out Sagat. Get off of my back, brother. That's got to be the option select, right?
I agree. It's like, bro, you play Jamie on the side. You ever pull him up for tournament? Me, I'm trying to develop my Sagat, all right? I've got more to do. I'm up at 3 a.m. trying to figure out what's going on with Tiger Nexus. You saw the post, people. If you didn't, he was like up at like 3 a.m. trying to figure out Sagat over EWC. But Bonchan did say he was pretty nervous. You know, Good 8 Squad is the champion of last season, not only for Street Fighter League Japan, but also the World Championship. And they all have a good score on a personal competition, so they really wanted to win. And he's sorry he couldn't win the game. But again, that goes to factor in. Last season, it was Crazy Raccoon towards the end that drew blood of Good 8 Squad. They were one of the rare teams to take that W over them. And, you know, he thanks Shuto for winning and thanks the team for winning it in general. Excuse me.
We'll see how that plays out towards like the first and second half of the season. Again, for those of you just tuning in, this is only day number 1. Although we conclude with our team match number 3 and we get the rest of the interview from Shuto, I have to remind you that all of the teams here go through a round robin format and they all get the run back against each other. So what happens is also whoever is established on the away side, they get the run back on the reverse end being on the home side. So keep marking it down week after week. This has only been Division S. On the next episode, we do have Division F, and we alternate, right, between the 12 teams thus far. So there's going to be a lot of action coming in, and it's only the very beginning. These seasons are so fun to watch in terms of, like, the growth of the players and also, like, the growth of the storylines in regards to, like, how the teams mesh out, what characters are played, and also how they adapt to DLC. That's going to be kind of godlike. Shuto with this interview. EWC was a point where I lost how to win with Akuma, so I had to go back to the fundamentals. I was much more confident after this win, so good game. Nice and subtle, nice and humble, right? Like Shuto, it was looking kind of iffy towards his EWC performance, so I like him kind of like reassessing what needs to be done for this particular occasion. Being able to take that win, take those wins and take some of those losses as well and be like, all right, now what do I have to do for the next big dance, right? What do I have to do now to like support for my team in a different environment? And Shuto, being the class act that he is, being the professional that he is able to perform in the anchor spot pretty convincingly, in my opinion.
Yeah, very much so. That definitely looks like old Shuto right there. Not like his recent play has been super horrible, but definitely looks a lot more confident, a lot more scrappy. The Shuto I'm really expecting to see. Dogra says, up next is Saishunkan Sakonoko, and we are on the away side. Look at today's match. We're going to have to practice against Ryu. We'll do our best. Well, you know what? You guys are in a good position because I feel like Akuma does pretty decently against Ryu. And I think at this point, you have a litany of Ryus to practice against. If you don't have to fight Reject for a while, hit up Yas, you know, like say, hey, man, what's up? But either way, we'll see what happens with them, even though Yas isn't on Reject's team this Street Fighter League. I'm just saying in general. I had to preface that. I want people get hopes to get up like, oh, Yas is on Street Fighter League Japan. But they're going to do their best to win against Saishunkan Kumamoto. But that rounds out for today. Crazy Raccoon taking down Good 8 Squad in the very first match. That sets a big tone for what's going to happen this season. Who is going to take it? Who knows? If that's going to happen, first game for Good 8 Squad, who knows? That's a front-runner team right there.
That is a championship caliber team, I'll tell you what. Or against a championship caliber team, right? We're so used to seeing Good 8 Squad score like these big 40s these first couple of weeks. If there's anyone that could give them problems, it's definitely Crazy Raccoon, as you had seen it. But best part about it is they get the run back in the second half. They get to see what the adaptations, what adaptations need to be made, but they got to go through so many more games first, right? I forget, like right off the top of the show, how many matches we get in total. I think what 30 matches in total per division. So we have a lot of Street Fighter 6 to be played, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be a crazy ride as we progress with how the meta develops, how it progresses with like all the CPT events that come through, and then like when C Viper eventually comes out, when Alex eventually comes out, it's going to be so sick, right? I'm really excited to see how this progresses. And I'm actually kind of curious if we'll ever get like, I don't think we're gonna get like a patch or anything, right? I feel like as we roll into the autumn season or even into the winter season, I don't think it makes sense for a patch to happen. But I could be wrong. I don't know what the history is. I can't recall what the history is for the last couple of seasons, but it's going to be wild regardless. 30-10 in favor of Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto over Victrix Favu Gaming. Followed suit, Nagoya NTPOJA, falling just short away from Otani, allowing CAG Osaka to get the big, emotional 30 points. And you just experienced some of the greatest teams to ever do it. Good 8 squad actually being falling victim to the crazy Raccoon. That's going to be 30 points in their favor. You can see how it all stands out right now for Division S. Take a good look at how it shapes up in week number 1, because it's definitely going to be looking real different as we get towards that midway point.
Who could have ever expected Good 8 Squad to be at the bottom? Crazy Raccoon leading the pack, Saishunkan Kumamoto second, CAG Osaka in third. Of course, it's only the first day of play, so we got a lot more to go beyond this. But damn, and then we got more bangers. Hiroshima Team Itsuka versus Detonation. Fushingen versus Varel and Zeta coming through against a reject. Oh my god, yo, Zeta versus reject. Bro, we are so blessed to get bangers.
Actually godlike. Ooh, that's crazy. Bro, we gotta wait till Tuesday? Yo, run it now. Can we run it now? I know it's late. I'm totally kidding. Damn, son. What a stacked lineup, dude. What an actual stacked lineup. Then, of course, you tune into Division S. That was day number 1 concluded. This is what day 2 is going to look like. Nagoya NTP OJA versus Victrix Favu Gaming. CAG Osaka versus Good 8 Squad. Then Crazy Raccoon versus Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. This is going to be so heavy-handed all the way through. There's no better time to be a Street Fighter 6 fan, a Street Fighter League Pro-Japan fan, other than right now. I'll tell you what. I'm glad you guys got to experience day 1 of Division S. Looking forward to seeing you guys experience day 1 of Division F. We got so much to look forward to as we get ready to roll out the competitive schedule, right? We all like to talk about what's going to be happening these next couple of months, including the CPTs. We want to see exactly where it all weaves together to get you guys ready competitively. Obviously, this is going to be what day 2 looks like for Division F. No, I'm sorry, we flipped it back. I'm tripping because this is definitely September 2nd, Tuesday, just to kind of remind you folks at home. They're making sure I'm still awake to get us ready for the workday. But yeah, man, overall, I'm really excited to see like how the schedule pans out. It's looking like it's going to be a Tuesday, Friday kind of schedule as of last season 2. Damn, there you have it. Boom. September looking real competitive. Obviously, we have one of the World Warriors happening on September 7th. Then UFA, that weekend is going to be super sick. Then it's business as usual for the rest of the days for Street Fighter League. You saw October, by the way, Evo France, that weekend of the 11th, 12th, and 13th. A pretty big ordeal. But November, looking kind of packed, right? Obviously, for Street Fighter League Japan, a lot of consistencies.
Hey, it's my birthday month, so I'm well rewarded with that one. But people always ask us, how do y'all like have so much energy when you're commentating in the morning? Well, guess what? These matches are so fire, it's hard to not. You know what I'm saying? It's honestly hard to not be so fired up seeing this high-level action. Speaking of high-level action, once again, the World Warrior is going to be starting up real soon for Japan. I know other ones have been going, right? So if you're in the land of Japan, you're watching this, hey, go sign up. Go play. It's going to be a spectacular one. It's coming up real soon in a couple of weeks. So sign up and show out. I can't wait to see, because usually that has some ridiculous upsets, some great matches and things like that, up to the point where they stream the top 16. You can catch the rest of the matches on the individual streams. I have like in the Matrix, where I have like 20 different streams going at once. I'm watching Bonchan, I'm watching Ishikin sometimes, I'm watching this guy over here, this new guy over here. I don't even know who this guy is. He's like a VTuber. I'm like, you know what? I'll pull you up because you might actually make an upset. So definitely tune into that and get your coffee ready for that one, as you do for Street Fighter League, because it's going to be more than excellent. And I can't wait to see more of these showstoppers out here, and more of these players that are rising stars come forward to the occasion to get as many points as possible. This is probably the most, I was going to say one of the most, but this is probably the most contentious region when it comes to the World Warrior. So you do not want to miss this action if you're just watching this on the side of things. So definitely tune into that. And I also can't wait to see the character selects too as well. Will we see Bonchet eventually whip out the Sagat? You know, the other players too as well, how far they're going. The DLC, as you've mentioned, how that's going to impact not only League, but out here in this World Warrior. So keep your eyes locked and loaded for that one. That's going to be happening soon. Obviously, if you haven't participated in your World Warriors, we'll sign up right now. We're in the third phase for a lot of them, so go check it out on Capcom's website and get signed up. If you're in the fourth phase, it might be more difficult for you to win, but just play. Best place to practice and play against like the top level players, all condensed in one region, one area. That's a good time.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, like, so much more to look forward to outside of like Street Fighter League. You're getting like a glimpse of like how the regions are stacking up against each other throughout the entirety of the World Warriors. Like, it's not even just Japan. Obviously, we have so many more regions to go through. In fact, this upcoming Sunday, we do have the Street Fighter 6 esports recap show. I do believe myself and Ultra David were going to be the ones piloting that to let you guys know what's happening throughout all of the World Warriors during that week. So you guys definitely want to tune into that. Obviously, we have so much coming in via content through the world of Street Fighter 6. Obviously, Sagat is officially out. Everybody's having a really, really fun time with him. There have been a lot of collabs in the works with Street Fighter 6 and a lot of things coming out with the Battle Hub. The outfits looking amazing, by the way. I'm a big fan of the Jamie and the Luke one, but honestly, Chun-Li and Marisa might be top tier. Chun-Li and Marisa, and like a very close one is Kimberly. I actually really enjoy Kimberly's a lot.
Yeah, Kimberly's fire. All of them have been fire, so hopefully get more costumes, but this has been a fun run for the first day of Street Fighter League play. It's been fantastic. People, return with us next Tuesday, coming up Tuesday for more action. And until then, stay safe, and we will see you in the streets. Have a good one.
それではストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2025 本日はディビジョン S 第1節の3試合をお届けいたしました。実況は私ある、そして解説はハメコさんでお届けいたしました。ハメコさんありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。次回はディビジョン F の開幕となりますね。目が離せない。絶対見てね。絶対見てね。はい。この後選手の音声入り本日のハイライト動画を流させていただきますので、こちらもお楽しみください。それではディビジョン F 第1節でお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。さよなら。さあ参りましょう。オープニングマッチコサニュー対するは藤村舞。いってみましょう。お願いします。コサニューはゲージがある。速度からねじ込んでいく新昇竜拳一戦。はい、素晴らしい練習より。どうする小林。ゲージは2つ。いいことを見てからだ。噛み合わせていった。さあサポエルない。おい。おい。完璧完璧。さすが。よしよしよしよしよし。ゲージがいい下がり。対空の前をうまく作っていった。ラッシュダウン。お返し。ジャスパからの反撃。これがマチャボ。いやマジか。オッケー。ナイス。お願いいたします。
じゃあウジョさんお願いします。違う。あ、もう一回いいですか。
上ライトで取っている。これは相当いいぞ。かなりのダメージ。すでにマッチポイントにはなっているこの戦闘戦。どうするベニチ。はい。
マジでかい。ナイス。でかすぎる。いやもう神。マジでで。
エータのドライブがもう少ない。バーンが目の前にある。時間は17、16。負ける。うわー。危ない。
マジやって。いやなぜか勝ったぞ。マジナイス。
あー止まらない。さあ大谷が勝負の一手を下から仕掛けていった。ジャンプ入れ替わっている。前歩きを残った。おしゃやばいぞ。これはやばい。ただ体力下がる。どうだ当たっている。シャウトから入れ替わったあるぞ。グッ。うわー
男になったな。
やるな。よかったわ。なりましたね、これは。
皆さんゲージ何があってもいい上
一撃下まるか
刻んで
残る
投げるきたさあどうなる愛知王
おお勝ってるマジかよ
ね
する釣られたバウンド
そしてゲージ
いやまた来るぞユーサール
これ投げ2回なんで降りれないですね
近づいて
やっぱり動いていた
動いたところに刺さって
はい、うどんいけユーサルいけ勝った
まだ勝ってない。
上手に出せました
勝負の春国でっていう手も
着はかなりやばい状況になる
じゃあそのまま
投げていくサハラ強気いやもうダメださあ行くジャスバリーから
あるのか
健康
無敵がなくなっても終わりだぞ
歩き投げのシュート
残念
残念。
しょうがないまあしょうがないねいます
全然大丈夫でしょ。全然大丈夫っしょ。オッケーでかいナイスこんなフレーム良かったっけナイスでかいよく